MS-13 gang member who had a criminal history that spans pages. He had 14 felony arrests, most of which pled to misdemeanors. At the time of the shooting last night, he was out on bond on not one, but 3 felony cases. And as I stated, he was wanted on attempted murder charges related to a shooting at an apartment complex in Pueblo's Southside. All officers were ambushed and shot by a malicious person who should have been in jail but wasn't because of our soft on crime legislation and bonds. He fired an estimated 80 rounds at responding officers who thankfully are in stable condition but have a long road to recovery. Our officers ended his rampage of terror the only way they could, by shooting him, and he is dead. I'd like to just make a few statements about the environment that breeds this type of criminal behavior. When we refuse as a state to hold low-level criminals accountable, they become emboldened. Violent crime goes up, and incidents like this assault are the result. The broken windows theory of law enforcement worked in New York, it worked in Boston, it worked in LA, and many other communities. Instead of holding low-level offenders responsible, the state of Colorado has adopted the open windows theory of law enforcement, where we hold no one accountable. Our victims suffered, our communities suffered, and our police officers suffered. This year they continue to try to take away any tool we have available to hold criminals accountable. And when we find ways around their weak policies, they try to take those options away from us as well. I, for one, am sick of it. I'm sick of my officers taking these risks and being held to this kind of a crime with no recourse. And our community should be sick of it. The blood of my officers lays at the steps of our Capitol, and the reckless and soft-on-crime legislation passed out of there, and I'm tired of the needless violence my officers in our community face because of these policies. It is not the people in our Capitol who pay the price for these laws that do nothing but coddle criminals and let them loose back into our community.
Take that, Democrats. Yeah, you just got handed a big bucket of truth. So what are you going to do? Probably not a damn thing.
That's pretty much all I got.
Ladies and gentlemen, Elvis has left the building.
Follow Michael Brown at Michael Brown USA and stay connected with all of us at 630 KHOW, KHOW.com, and on the iHeartRadio app. Tom Martino is next on Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Are they promising you up to 10% growth per year guaranteed for your retirement income? If not, you need a new financial advisor. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hard-working folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 up front or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't work when you're supposed to be retired. And if any financial advisor tells you it's too good to be true, they simply don't have the options we do. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company.
We love the open roads here in Colorado. We love our neighbors, even those with horns, and how the charm of cozy towns meets the rush of big cities. So we're putting our energy here at Chevron into preserving what we love about our home. From less greenhouse gas emissions from our operations to fewer trucks on the road. Visit colorado.chevron.com.
In life, we're always looking for an advantage, and the same goes with real estate. That's why I recommend Frank Duran, therealestateman.com.
With our advanced motivational marketing systems, we give you a very unique advantage in the Denver real estate market. It's simply the most innovative and proactive marketing plan you will find anywhere.
I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino, urging you to use Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. With RE/MAX Alliance, 303-920-1622.
Offer valid on standard browsers, U.S. only. I was ready to quit dating altogether, but then I met Lena. How do I describe Lena? She's beautiful, smart, passionate, funny. She gets my blood pumping, and I wouldn't have found her without Date My Age.
Date My Age is the global dating site where singles around the world can find love.
You sign up, talk about yourself a little bit, and boom, you're matched with real people from all walks of life. I sent her a message. She sent me one back. 6 months later, we're texting all day.
And all night.
And all night.
Whether you're looking for love or want to have some fun, Date My Age is here to make sparks fly. Get 60% off when you join at datemyage.com/ready today. That's datemyage.com/ready to connect with thousands of singles worldwide. datemyage.com/ready.
Are you the breadwinner in your house? Life insurance covers the cost of living in case you're not there to provide. Are you a stay-at-home parent? Then consider life insurance to protect your loved ones too. Most people don't know if you have term life insurance, you may be paying too much. Term life insurance rates are at historic lows. There's actually a price war among the top insurance companies. Call Term Busters and get a free quote fast. Term Busters will do all the hard work of comparing rates from top carriers to get you the best coverage at the lowest rates possible. Right now, a healthy 45-year-old non-smoking male can lock in $500,000 in coverage at just $55 a month for 20 years. That's right, level rate for 20 years. Smokers can get good rates too. Call now for your free rate quote. 800-200-3070. That's 800-200-3070. Stop paying too much for life insurance. Call Term Busters now. 800-200-3070. 800-200-3070. Sample rate for preferred non-smoker rate class. Exam required to qualify.
This report is sponsored by Staples Stores.
Another warm and windy day for your Monday. Temperatures today are going to be above average in the low 70s. Lots of sunshine, but that wind is sticking around. I'm Fox 31 Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Burse.
Your local Staples has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. And right now at Staples, save up to $250 off your print order. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details. Ends April 5th. Plus, save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. Make us the #1 preset on the free iHeart radio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
ABC News, I'm Brian Clark. Judge James Boasberg's affirmed his ruling that temporarily restricts the Trump administration's use of the Alien Enemies Act to deport suspected gang members. His decision will be argued before a federal appeals court today, and ABC's Terry Moran says immigration enforcement efforts continue.
Sources tell ABC News that the IRS is looking to help out with deportation efforts. The arrangement is not finalized yet, but the IRS might be able to help immigration officials access sensitive private taxpayer data to help them confirm names and addresses of deportees.
In a separate case, a federal judge blocked Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency from accessing personal employee data in several federal departments. Talks between the delegations from the U.S. and Russia ongoing for over 7 hours in Saudi Arabia, the sides attempting to agree to the framework of a deal that would end the war in Ukraine. This is ABC News. Popular scooter is being recalled, says ABC's Chuck Siebertson.
Segway recalling about 220,000 of its scooters sold across the U.S. because a mechanism can fail, causing the handlebars or stem of the scooters to fold. That's caused riders to fall off with some injuries ranging from bruises to broken bones, according to the U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission.
Genealogy website 23andMe has filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy, saying it will continue to operate, but many consumers wondering what's to become of the information, the genetic information they submitted. Over the weekend, California's Attorney General released a statement reminding consumers they have the right to have that information deleted. Former New York Yankees All-Star Brett Gardner and his wife announced the death of their teenage son, 14-year-old Miller Gardner, on a family vacation. The Gardners in a statement said Miller died in his sleep early Friday after the whole family got sick. The Gardners did not disclose the illness. I'm Brian Clark, ABC News.
Hey sis, missed you this morning. Kim told me you weren't feeling well, so I'm just doing a self-care check. Oh, thank you, friend.
How you doing?
Girl, listen, my energy was so low because I didn't eat breakfast when I got up, so I had to miss virtual yoga with y'all.
Trust me, I understand.
But I'm doing much better now that I've eaten, so I'm back on track.
Great. In that case, let's get some steps in tonight. I'll come over and we can walk around the lake.
Sounds good. Appreciate you being in my business, too. Now, let me get in yours. Did you check your blood pressure today?
I did that and my squats. Okay?
Okay.
High blood pressure is not going to be my friend if I can help it. See you at 6?
Let's get it. See you then.
Now more than ever, it's important that we protect our hearts and the hearts of those we love. Check in on one another and be a part of a healthy blood pressure movement. Rally your squad to take the online pledge at releasethepressure.org. Brought to you by the Release the Pressure Coalition and the Ad Council.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
President Trump is not pleased with his official portrait in the Colorado State Capitol building. Yesterday, Trump made a Truth Social post ripping the portrait, calling it purposefully distorted, among other things. Trump blames the portrait on Governor Jared Polis, calling on him to take it down, and says the governor should be ashamed of himself. But it was actually Republicans who led efforts to get Trump's portrait hanging in the state capitol back in 2018. Republican State Senator Kevin Grantham raised $10,000 for the effort on GoFundMe. The painting has been on display in the Capitol since 2019. It's going to be a warm week along the Front Range.
Temperatures today are going to be in the low 70s. Lots of sunshine, but still a little breezy. The wind dies down for Tuesday, and then we've got a warm-up coming in Wednesday at 75, near 80 on Thursday. And we're going to stay warm through the whole week with a cool down and maybe some rain just in time for the weekend.
That's Fox 31 meteorologist Kylie Burse. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
Traffic is moving well throughout the Denver metro area and into high country. There is some slow traffic on eastbound and westbound I-270 through Commerce City. Also, westbound I-70 between Vasquez and I-25 is moving at 36 miles an hour. Northbound and southbound I-225 are moving well. No delays along the Boulder Turnpike. There is an accident on southbound Highway 85 at County Road 4 north of Brighton. With traffic, I'm Dave O'Brien.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll tell the story of the All-American, All-Native American sports legend, Jim Thorpe. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
Hard work and dreams lead to success, but easily filing your taxes with TurboTax and Credit Karma doesn't hurt either. Make filing taxes a walk in the park, because we'll pre-fill your info for you so you can file quickly and confidently. Winner! Get the peace of mind that comes with expert help. Let's go! Being powered by TurboTax means you're backed by the leading tax preparer, and we'll show you all your filing options up front so there are no surprises. File your taxes on Intuit Credit Karma today. Expert help not available with all products. Guarantee details available at turbotax.com/guarantees.
Brought to you by the Capital One Venture X card. As a founding partner of iHeart Women's Sports Network, Capital One wants to bring you closer to the athletes you love, literally, with premium travel benefits from the Capital One Venture X card. With Venture X, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy and turn everyday purchases into extraordinary trips. Plus, get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when booking on Capital One Travel and access to airport lounges worldwide. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Are you ready to hear something that will not only make you feel better, but will actively excite you?
Yes! This is Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station.
Oh, I'm so excited.
Your station for Michael Brown, Tom Martino, Ryan Schuling, and Dan Kaplis is Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW. Listen closely.
Nancy, will we see you on the People's Picket Line? We need you there.
Or a picket line might sound like a pickup line.
Oh, I have been waiting for a pickup line, yes.
Dan Kaplis, afternoons at 4 on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. Come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hello, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show,
303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. How you doing today? What can we do to solve your problems, answer your questions, take your complaints, make your life a little easier? Major Marc Mager on the other mic. Mark on the mic. What's happening? Anyway.
I am here, sir.
Yes, sir. And for those streaming, you'll see a weird camera view of Mark. They got kicked out of their house. Now, why would you get kicked out of your house?
Yeah, we're out for... They're sanding while they're installing new hardwood. Then they're sanding everything to match our entire first floor. So we are living out of an RV for a week.
Oh, that's kind of fun. Camping right at the house there. The dogs must be confused as hell. Wait, we're not home, but we're not gone.
Yeah, they are.
Anyway.
Yeah, that's right.
303-713-TALK, 713-255. This hour brought to you by my favorite water systems, the healthiest water systems at the lowest prices. Right now, $39.95 gets you a whole house softener, all chemicals removed, all chlorine removed, softened, and drinking water at the kitchen sink, triple filter, reverse osmosis. You don't do better. You really don't. Waterpros.net, 303-862-5554. Do you know I've been privileged over the past 45 years, that's just here in Denver, not town before, but the past 45 years, to have some of the best sponsors in the business. People, I expect you to hold me to my word. And if you have a problem with someone I recommend, I want to know it. I swear to you. And the reason I brought this up is I got this this text. Well, it's a text earlier saying, I think you'd sing another tune if that person wasn't on your referral list. He was referring to the Gravina call of the other day where really there was a problem. There was a problem, but it was clear that it was a manufacturer problem. And the guy wanted to help her with the manufacturer. Anyway, this guy thought I'd be demanding they install a new window, calling them lying sheets and ripoffs. If you truly, truly, objectively go back in your memory banks, I treat everyone the same. Now, I expect, actually, I'm harder on those on the referral list. I expect them to go the extra mile. Now, here's the point. Does anyone really believe? I mean, seriously, it gets tiring after a while. So I've been doing this 45 years, and people think, oh, well, you just treat that person this way, or you just did this, or you manufactured this, or you made this up. From my career, from television to radio, because I go after people, it's a controversial career. So I have people all the time accuse me, you would do this and you do that, you're taking money on the side, you're doing this, you're doing that. Even Channel 7 in the day, back in several years ago, tried to do a sting on me and had me go in a room and a guy offers me $6,000 in a brown paper bag. I mean, come on, to be on my referral list. And he was
For what? For what, a bag of cocaine?
No, here's what happened, Mark. Honest to God. I think it was Kovaleski and Ferrugia trying to make their mark by going after Martino. So that just goes to show you who they considered on a pedestal. But anyway, what happened was this guy who had the worst moving company in the world, and I put him on my sleaze brigade. But he called me. He called me and said, Tom, I need to talk to you. I was approached by Channel 7 to do a sting on you. And I said, what? He says, yeah, they want me to offer you $6,000 in a brown paper bag to be on the referral list, cash. So, because, you said I'm such a sleaze. Now, Mark, this is a true story. So I said, go ahead and do it. So, I walk into this obvious setup, real bright lights on. Anyway, it's just funny because, does anyone really believe? I mean, taking bribes, even judges and stuff. I imagine there are some lying scumbags in the Bush administration. There were for sure, but for me, I mean, truly, why? Especially at my age, but at any age, why would anyone risk an entire career to do something counter to their beliefs? Now, obviously, there are scumbags out there, but do you know most of the people we meet, even on this show? Most of the people we meet, the vendors, the people that are complained about, turn out to be not so bad. I mean, Deputy D, you do a lot of problem solving. I want to ask you something.
Yeah.
So how many times do we really find scumbags?
Oh, I'd say it's pretty unusual.
Yes,
I would say
please.
most of the time it's a legitimate mistake or some kind
1
of...
or 2% maybe are scumbags.
I would say maybe a little less than 10%.
A little less. I'd say actually I said 1 to 2%. I mean, of real, true, evil scumbags that want to rip people off. Mark, like Jeff Jolliffe, Okay, how many Jeff Jolliffs or Mike Sharifs from way back in the day with 4x4? But what was that other guy?
Don't forget about someone who, in my personal opinion, is just a satanically graded, grade of scumbag, which would be
satanic grade. Oh my God!
But it's only my opinion. Justin Garcia from Patriot Remodeling, who took an elderly lady's last $60,000 and has steadfastly refused to give it back. And
but we've met some people. Oh my God! You go to sleazbrigade.com, you can get an idea. Mark, who stands out to you as being incorrigible?
Don Eiley is probably the one that always comes back, because not only did he ruin a lot of businesses, but there was some suicides because of him. He's an evil piece of...
Yeah. He takes these small companies and says he'll do their payroll. So he submits to the IRS no payroll, meaning for that quarter they had no payroll. So then he submits to the employer he works for all of the real costs. They write him checks, he keeps the money. Because you write them to your accountant, and then they forward it to, they take it in trust, in some cases. So Mark, what we estimate about 20 million, Mark goes down and confronts him live on the air. The guy is like a zombie, just keeps, like Mark's not even there. It's like a Saturday Night Live skit. Anyway, Mark, so he literally was arrested. All of the people that called the show, we started this whole thing. I mean, we started all the noise and everything. So he goes to prison, and then Mark's looking on the Better Business Bureau page, and what did you find, Mark?
Well, he had a
AAA.
He had a 5-star rating, triple or whatever they call it, A+ rating on the BBB. But I think
A+.
I think he actually offed himself in prison or died in prison in the last year. I received 2 emails that he died in prison, but he got 12 years. But when you go to the Fed pen, you get an automatic 10% or 20% good behavior. So, but I heard he died now, man. But the other one, Tom, was Jay Lopez. He would go to different counties. He would get anywhere from $3,000 to $5,000 up front to do a driveway, new cement, and never show up. I mean, this guy never did anything but cash the check, and we got his ass thrown in jail.
Yeah. Well, then we have Jim Weiss, Sleazy Auto Service in Bennett, 44th Auto. And this guy that
piece of crap.
This guy you confronted, I don't even know if you remember that, Henry Gonzalez. I remember saying, after you went to him, I put it on the Sleaze Brigade, worst body shop ever. Henry Gonzalez gives Bondo a bad name. And then Jeff Jolliffe.
He was up in that guy worked out of his house, or a garage he built out of his house, and it was either Elizabeth or Parker.
Yes, that's right.
And he wouldn't even let me on the property, that guy. How about this guy turned out to be okay, but he had a window company. His last name was Ramirez. So, back in the day, I thought I was pretty badass. I went and knocked on this guy's door down in Highlands Ranch, and I think we were live, and I was walking up to him. The biggest guy I ever saw. He played linebacker for the damn Raiders.
Yeah.
And he scared the hell out of me, man. I was like, oh, you know what? Maybe we don't have a problem with you. I got to go. He was huge.
Anyway, these are good memories. People, if you remember a really good case, you want to know whatever happened to, ? Let us know. Alice, you have a car engine. What's going on with your car engine?
Yes, my son took it to Accurate Motors in North Glen.
Now, hold on a second. What did he take?
New engine.
Alice, so he took it there for a rebuilt engine?
No, a new engine.
Okay.
They were supposed to have gotten a new engine from Jasper's Engines.
Yeah, well, that's okay. They're called remanufactured. They're called remanufactured engines.
Oh, okay.
But here's what I need to know about this. What kind of a car? Tell me about the car.
It's a 2018 Arcadia, I believe, GMC Arcadia. I'm not sure about the year, but
that's okay.
I know it's a GMC Arcadia.
Okay, hang on, and we'll come right back to you. And so he took his Arcadia up to, what's the name of the shop?
She's on hold.
It looks like Accurate Automotive up in.
It's called Accurate Automotive. Now, the reason I'm very hesitant about that name, we got to be very careful. We have a wonderful company called Honest Accurate Auto down in the Springs. But in any case, we're going to come back and talk about what happened at Accurate Auto. And where is that in Thornton?
It looks like North Glen.
North Glen.
Yeah, I'm on their website right
Okay,
now.
so we're going to look into this right after this message. I'm Tom Martino, and the message for you right now is you need to know high-efficiency replacements of your system. If you want to get high-efficiency heating and air and save money every month, you will not do better pricing than 888heating.com, 303-770-2776.
Yep.
Offer valid on standard browsers, U.S. only.
I was ready to quit dating altogether, but then I met Lena. How do I describe Lena? She's beautiful,
he takes
smart,
money,
passionate,
never
funny.
comes through.
She gets
Jeff
my
Jolly
blood
should be in
pumping,
prison.
and I wouldn't have found her without Date My Age.
Date My Age is the global dating site where singles around the world can find love.
You sign up, talk about yourself a little bit, and boom, you're matched with real people from all walks of life. I sent her a message. She sent me one back. 6 months later, we're texting all day.
And all night.
And all night.
Whether you're looking for love or want to have some fun, Date My Age is here to make sparks fly.
What the hell?
Get 60% off when you join at datemyage.com/ready today. That's datemyage.com/ready to connect with thousands of singles worldwide. datemyage.com/ready.
All right. You know what's happening? Tomorrow night, Joe Chiano with mymoneymyway.com. What's going on, Joe?
Well, tomorrow, Tom, we're going to have a very exciting movie private showing. It's called A Baby Boomer Dilemma. We have shown it, several times, and it's been well received. It's a very educational film that is actually produced in Hollywood with real actors. It's a real full-length movie and educational because we're going to be teaching people about Social Security, Medicare, pensions, 401ks, and alternatives to the stock market.
Hey,
which
Joe,
is really timely
what I like about it, when
economy.
you were saying there's actors, but it's real. It is. They take real life scenarios of people who depended on, let's say, their company pension and what happened. And every single scenario is true and can happen to you. So I think that's part of the deal. And part of that is depending on one investment like the stock market, and people lost everything. Others had companies go out of business. So, Joe, it highlights some pretty powerful cases.
It does, Tom. And they're talking about alternatives, to keeping their money safe.
Yes.
And that's what really, the film is all about. Keeping people's money safe, but still growing.
Right.
And this is really people are demanding this today. So tomorrow at 7:00 at the Highlands Ranch, AMC 24, and it's going to be concessions provided. A drink, popcorn. Yeah. They can come in, relax, and enjoy the movie, and you really get some high-class education.
Now, let's put it this way. You got to call and reserve a seat, mymoneymyway.com. I'm going to give you the number, 303-779-6600, 779-6600. That's 303-779-6600. Hey, if you're looking for window siding doors, you know what you're looking at? Gravina's. Why? Gravina's. I love companies that have heritage and background. People that have been around, they know Colorado, they know Denver, they know you, and they have the heritage and the product line. Gravina's enjoys 50 lines of windows. No one carries as many windows. So you're never forced, like some companies, to one brand only. And you want, when it comes to Gravina, the original Gravina, 950 West Evans, Larry and son Nick, and the whole family, 303-GRAVINA, 303-GRAVINA, or gravinas.com.
That's good.
Going back to
Go back to Rhodes.
I'm on roadie right now.
All right, that should be fine.
Let me try this other road.
All right.
This roadie.
Tom, I was trying to get Mark to sound more like you.
Yeah.
Hey, Tom.
I like the way you got your stuff EQ'd at home, Tom.
Wait a minute. Now
Hey, Tom?
sound more like him.
Doc.
Tom?
Yeah?
Oh,
Hang on,
did you
you
get the
gotta
message?
sniffle.
Did you get the message that I'm in studio?
No, thank you. Good. I appreciate that.
Okay, I'm in studio, ready to go.
Hey, Shannon, how about something on the Comrex I could adjust?
Not really. No, it doesn't do any sort of EQ.
There's no equalizer on the
No,
NX?
Not at all. Not at all.
What are you talking about, Shannon? Sorry, I was zoned out on that. Is there a problem?
Yeah, no kidding. No. I was just trying to have his microphone sound a little bit more like yours. You got yours really dialed in, and I was hoping to get some more low end out of
What
Skippy
kind
there.
of, does he have the EV?
Yeah. No, not EV, Rhodes mic.
Oh, it's actually a Rode mic.
Yeah.
Well, the input on
Which one do you have?
He's got the Shure SB.
Hey, Mark, I have the same ones in the
7B.
studio. Hey, Mark, if you have the Rode mic, which is a good mic, the channel inputs have a setting just for that mic.
He has it set to
Yeah,
that.
it's on it.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I just didn't know Mark's voice was so high.
Hello!
It's not true, but like I say, Tom's got the NAD rack on, so he sounds like Roach. All right, here we come.
Praise.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK. So, Alice, your son took his 2018 GMC Arcadia to Accurate Auto in North Glen, and then
Yes.
and the name and Acura said, go ahead.
Well, they replaced the engine. A couple months later, he was having issues with it leaking, so he took it back to them, and they said that the rear main seal was leaking, and that wasn't part of the engine that they replaced.
Well,
And so
okay,
he took it to another place,
it's not part of the engine, but it's kind of a little. I don't think it sounds good because when they did the engine, I believe they had to disconnect it from the rear main seal. And right, Mark, right, Dimitri, right, guys? They disconnect it from the.
I'm not so sure about that.
Okay, so if they.
But my son checked with the Jasper engine people, and they say that it is supposed to be replaced when you put the engine.
That's what I don't know if it was supposed to be replaced, but what I do want to say is that it wasn't by coincidence that it's leaking. I mean, so I don't necessarily buy. I understand what they're saying. That rear main seal is not part of the engine, and they would have charged them for it. So is that what you're upset about? They want to charge for the rear main seal or what?
Well, no, he took it someplace else to have it fixed. The other person fixed it. Hold on.
Alice, what does your son want today? Why are you calling?
He wants them to warranty the engine that they sold him. It's still under warranty, and they're not wanting to fix it. They're wanting to get almost $5,000 more out of it.
Alice, please, let's just talk about today. He wants them to warranty it. They're not warranting it. Hold on. Your son already got it fixed. So what your son is looking for is reimbursement for a repair that he believes should have been covered under warranty. Is that correct?
No, it's not fixed. It's not fixed.
I thought you said he took it. I thought you said he took it somewhere else to be fixed.
When he took it to the other places for them to check it, they told him that should have been under warranty with the engine.
Okay, then I dreamed that part where you said, did she say he took it somewhere else to be fixed? Did she say that or not?
Her exact words, this is how I understood
did,
it.
but when he took it back to Acura, they said that it's still not fixed.
He took it to another job, but not necessarily to fix it.
Hey, Alice, I need you now to just answer questions with no stories. He took it elsewhere. Okay. He took it for a second and third opinion. Is that correct?
Yes.
And they said it should have been covered under the original job's warranty, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Did they say what was wrong? The other shops?
rear main seal.
Okay. Now, then, did he then go back to Accurate and say, I need a rear main seal?
Yes, and they're still telling him that it is not under the warranty.
Okay, did they
They
say...
want $5,000
well,
for that and other stuff that needs to be fixed.
Well, if there's stuff that needs to be fixed, including the rear main seal, outside of the engine, he should be charged for it, except for the labor if it should have been done when they installed the engine. They are not responsible for anything beyond that engine unless they contributed to it. But I don't understand why the rear main seal wasn't replaced. Now, they would have charged your son for it, but it wouldn't have been that much because the engine was already out of the car. I'm wondering why this is happening, and I need someone to call them while we're on the air. Because you want to do that,
Yeah,
Jane?
Tom, I'll be happy to. Now, I would like to provide some insight. The rear main seal is actually in the engine itself. It's not in the transmission.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so if she bought a reman...
So it's not the transmission that marries up to the transmission.
Well, it's where the transmission is married up to the engine.
Right.
But the rear main seal is in the engine, not in the transmission.
Really? It's not the seal between them?
It's part of the engine.
Yeah,
yes.
it's installed.
Okay, Alice, I'm going to have Dimitri call and try to sift through this. We're asking why they won't warranty it and why they want $5,000. And I agree with you, Alice. It does sound queer to me. It really does.
And Alice said that there are other issues that they said need to be fixed. Alice, what else?
Yeah, what other issues
in this replacement engine?
I actually don't have the paperwork in front of me because I'm at work at the hospital, and I don't have that with me. But
what do you do? What do you do at the hospital?
I am a housekeeper.
A what?
Housekeeper.
Oh, listen.
A housekeeper.
Okay.
I clean the patients' rooms.
Oh, yeah. You know, Alice, that's a really good work. They're so short of every single person. I'll bet you guys are shorthanded, right?
Oh, yeah, all the time.
Yeah. Well, listen, thank you for what you do. Hold on. We're going to gather some information so we can make some phone calls for you. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-TALK. Let's talk to Jimmy. Jimmy?
Yeah, hi, Tom.
What's going on, Jimmy?
Hello?
Yeah, Jimmy, what's happening?
Well, Tom, the reason for my call is I have a 2006 GMC. I had it insured with the General. I have full coverage on it. My vehicle got stolen on the 18th, and it basically took them 3 weeks to get in touch for me to be able to get in touch with somebody there at their office.
What was stolen, Jimmy?
They said that they were going to transfer the...
I know.
My
What was
truck,
stolen?
GMC, 2000.
2000?
Huh?
What year is it?
It's a 2006.
Okay.
Okay.
Hold on a sec. We're going to come back to you and talk about this. We're going to come back and talk about it. I don't blame you for being upset, Jimmy. So we'll talk about this insurance problem, the stolen vehicle, real quick before I go to break. Patrick, is this you? Is this our friend Patrick that came into the show one day?
Yes, it is.
And you were having, I don't want you to do anything right now. We're going to come back to you. But you were having a failure or a tough time launching. You were living with a buddy at the time. Mark and I said, you know what? We want you to be our project. We want you to call us at any time before you go left or before you go right. When you have to make a decision, we want to help you, and we'll answer any question at any time. Now, you took us up on it part of the time, but most of the time you were navigating through. But we were watching each and every step, giving you advice. And the theory I had was, if people know someone is watching, if people know someone's keeping track, if people know someone cares, maybe they'll stay on course. So we'll come back to Patrick. He had some rough spots in the road, and made some decisions we wouldn't have agreed with at the time. But I'd like to see where he's going right now. So our failure to launch project coming up as well, right after this.
Thank you.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Dan Kaplis today at 4, 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
Traffic is light and moving well all throughout the Denver metro area. There is one accident on southbound I-25 at Thornton Parkway. It's blocking the left lane, backing up traffic to before 104th Avenue. Also traffic heavy on eastbound and westbound I-270 between I-25 and I-70. Rock scaling has wrapped up for the time being on I-70 in Idaho Springs. You might encounter some delays both eastbound and westbound between Idaho Springs and Floyd Hill. With traffic, I'm Dave O'Brien.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll tell the story of the All-American, All-Native American sports legend, Jim Thorpe. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
Oh, let's talk about John Fuller. He's a personal injury attorney, but it's different than any other, the practice, than any other personal injury attorney, and here's why. You can call him, John Fuller, personally, call the firm, talk to him about the case before you hire him. No other attorney does that. Oh, no, they'll answer a question on the phone, but they're by the intake committee or the secretary or the admin or the assistant. But here's the deal. John Fuller talks to you personally and answers each and every question, and there's no charge. And if you hire him, there's no charge for that. It's really on a percentage fee basis, but you can call initially for anything personal injury related. 303-597-4500, 597-4500. Callfuller.com is the website, callfuller.com. One reason people fail is because they don't plan. And you know what? You can't plan and rush and execute all at the same time. That's why Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies is really a good firm to get in touch with. They take a look at your whole life. What you have, hey, I have this IRA, I have this 401k, I have this, I have that, but I don't have this and I don't have that. But they'll tell you what you need, even with legacy planning or passing on your business or selling your business. Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies. Call them. Ask them what they can do for you. If you don't even know if you need one, ask them about what you're doing now. Free of charge. 970-663-3211. 970-663-3211. rpcenter.com.
Thank you.
My throat's going again.
It also has awesome prices.
Well, you keep abusing it on the weekend.
Oh. Doing what?
Uh-huh. You know.
Oh, you want to call? Did you get the information from her for him? Jimmy.
Yep, I'm texting it to Dimitri right now.
She's texting the D right now.
Accurate recommended. Install the Jasper. Those are good engines. So it's 218, accurate, replaced, installed Jasper engine. Now rear main seal is leaking. Okay. And accurate says it is not part of the warranty.
But you've had walleye, right?
And I give this to
I believe so. I forget it.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
No, I get it. I just wanted to I'm talking to myself mainly because
it's a really good.
So his 2006 GMC was stolen, right? What kind of GMC did you see?
Sea basket.
Okay.
I'm hip to that. We had whatever the hell a whitefish was in Michigan.
Cod.
Whitefish. I don't. Is that what it is?
Do you know what it's
No,
called?
cod might be in the ocean. Cod might be ocean fish. I don't.
Michigan whitefish is particularly from the Great Lakes. Popular.
He said the general.
Pollock?
Is it whitefish?
He did say
Pollock?
that. Okay, thank you.
Whitefish comes from cold, clear waters of the Great Lakes. Whitefish. That's all we called it.
Huh. So you never called it walleye?
Nope. None of those names are coming up for it. Inland whitefish, humpback whitefish. Great Lakes whitefish. It was just freaking whitefish, and it was funky fresh, man.
Hey, listen, man.
What?
Are you saying blackfish ain't good?
Well, I'm just saying that
No, we were talking about lake
that
fish.
it's given special advantage to end up on the menu.
Yeah.
When it may not deserve it. That's all I'm saying.
So you're talking about critical cod theory?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Tom, have you ever had walleye?
Yes, I love it. I love fish, but you know what? I don't order fish often, like the regular flatfish. I like shellfish. But I don't know. Like flatfish, I like salmon belly. I don't like the normal cut. I like I love smoked salmon.
Like a center cut?
Yeah,
leg?
yeah, exactly. And I like my salmon rare.
Those are making me hungry.
I like
All right.
ahi tuna, rare. Those
Stand by.
steaks.
Coming back. Yeah, oh, yeah.
Wealth.com.
Hey, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So Deputy D is getting on the phone with that place to see why the rear main seal. Now I understand. I was mistaken. The gasket between the tranny and the engine as the rear main seal. The rear main seal is around the drive shaft going in, and it is somewhat inside that first part of the engine. Mark, did you always consider the rear main seal part of the engine or not, or does it depend?
I think it depends, but honestly, I'm not sure, man.
Yeah, that's why I want to get Kevin on to talk about it, and we're gonna make some other phone calls. So, Jimmy, your vehicle was stolen, your 2006 GMC. Continue with your story.
Yeah, it got stolen on the 18th of February. So I made a claim with police the same day and, got the police report. I waited probably 3 weeks before I ever was able to talk to the adjuster. They would not respond back to me.
And during that 3 weeks, did you have a rental car?
No, I did not. I didn't have rental on my insurance.
So what did the general respond in 3 weeks?
Nothing. Not even a phone call.
Wait a minute. You said it took 3 weeks. Well, it took 3 weeks for what?
For me to actually talk to the adjuster.
That's what I mean. And what did they say?
The adjuster told me they said that they basically had still another 5 days. They had 30 days by law to respond to these things. And so when I last spoke with her, I spoke with her like 3-4 days later, which was getting close to the time period of it being settled. And she said that she transferred the case to another adjuster. I got a hold of him, and very briefly, he said, "I'll call you when I have time."
Let me ask you this,
Jimmy.
Jimmy, when the adjuster contacted you after that 3 weeks, did she inspect the car?
No, nobody has never inspected it. It was stolen.
So that's right. It's not a wreck. That's right. So she contacts you in 3 weeks and says this could take some time, and then after that you contact them again, and she says, "Oh, I transferred the file."
You're right, exactly. So I called the other adjuster, the one that had the file, and he told me that he was a busy guy and that he had a lot of people in front of me, and that they would respond as soon as they could. Well, it's been since the 18th of February since they stole it, and I still haven't had any response.
Okay, now, Jimmy, I'm going to give you my honest-to-God response. My response is it doesn't sound unreasonable right now from February 18th to March 18th. I mean, really, it's only been a month. And here's what I want to do, though.
I understand that.
I want to get our insurance expert on to weigh in on this. So, Kachina, if you could get Brian Burns on from Compass Insurance Group, do that for me. I would like to get his perspective on that. All right. Years ago, we had Patrick call the show.
Can I add one more?
Yes, go ahead. Ask your one more question. Go ahead. You waited a while. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead, Jimmy.
Yeah. I wanted to was I'm disabled. I cannot walk, so I can't even go to the store, Frank. I mean, Tom.
Hey,
I can't even go to the King Supers. It's
Jimmy,
close to my house.
Jimmy,
can't
I
walk.
get it. So what you're saying is, but see, you don't have coverage for replacement rides or vehicles. Now that's unfortunate. It is unfortunate you're disabled. So you depend on that car for everything, right?
Basically.
So Jimmy, I want to ask you something seriously. King Supers delivers for little or nothing. It doesn't. I mean, have you ever gone online and done that delivery from King Supers? They're excellent. I'm serious. So
yeah, I never have.
You ought to try it though, just for I'm serious, and I'm not telling you, you should just wait forever. But what I'm saying is there are ways to make your life a little easier. What's the nature, since you mentioned it, Jimmy? What's the nature of your disability?
I had a broken neck and brain surgery.
Oh my goodness gracious, God! Brain surgery. How are you doing?
Well, I'm up and walking.
How old are you,
walk
Jimmy?
Around my house.
Jimmy, how old are you?
I'm 66. I'll be 65 here in a few months.
You sound pretty damn good to me, Jimmy. But hey, I'm not looking at you. You might be ugly as hell.
It happened 10 years ago.
Hey, Jimmy, listen.
Yeah, it happened 10 years ago.
Oh, have you been on disability all this time?
Yes, I have.
Can you do any work at all, Jimmy?
No, I can't.
Was it an accident that happened, Jim?
Yes, it was an accident at work, and then I got messed up from the contractor. He told me I had insurance with his company, and turned out nobody had insurance.
All right, Jimmy. Man, I'm sorry for you. You hang on though, and we're going to get an answer from our Compass insurance expert, and then we have more coming up on the trouble. Well, let me just go to this real quick because I do have a minute here. I'm not over for 30, am I, Shannon? Shannon?
Oh, I don't think so.
Okay, Randy.
No.
Randy, no, it was Patrick, failure to launch. I wanted to hear from Patrick. Patrick, you got married during the way.
Yes.
Wasn't that part of your journey?
Yes, it was.
Are you still married, Patrick?
No, we are going through what I would classify as a messy divorce.
Do you have a child?
2 of them.
See, Patrick, when you came to us, you were a mess. Then you got out of being a mess. Then you went back to being a mess. Then you get out of being a mess. Have you noticed, seriously now, I'm serious, have you noticed this cycle in your life where you get serious and everything gets better, and then you fall off the wagon and everything gets worse? Have you noticed it?
I have, yes.
Well, let me ask you something. What is it when everything's going well that then makes you go back downhill? What is it? If you could put a finger, I mean, what's the first thing that came to your mind when they asked you that?
I wish I could give you an answer.
Well, Patrick, you have 2 little ones you brought into this mess now. And those 2 little ones are everything.
Mm-hmm.
How old are they?
So my oldest is 2 and my youngest is 1.
Oh, my God. And so you guys are going through a divorce. Can I ask what happened?
We had some things happen just about a year ago, next month.
What are some things? What does that
separated.
mean? What does that mean you had
And-
some things happen, Patrick?
Verbal arguments.
Verbal? Okay. And you never laid a hand on her, did you?
No.
Okay. Did she ever accuse you of doing that?
Yeah, she has, and there was no proof of it. It's actually her brother that actually ended up laying hands on me.
Oh my God! So where does it stand today? You're in a did someone actually file for divorce?
Yes, I did.
And when did you file?
I filed end of May of last year.
And why aren't you divorced yet?
We are currently waiting for the CPS case out here in Ohio to be wrapped up.
What case? Well, tell me what is that case in Ohio?
Because that's currently where we live, is out here in Ohio. There is, because she had driven my vehicle into a field with both the kids in the car. Told me it was because she was frustrated with that they wouldn't go down for a nap and was driving too fast, wasn't paying attention. That's what started the whole CPS case.
Was she in an accident? Was she in the accident with two little babies in the car?
Yes.
Were they hurt?
No one was hurt, thankfully.
And they charged you with dependency and neglect, right?
No.
Well, what is she going to court for? What is the case? Is the case against her or you?
Her. And there's been, over the past month, there's been 4 more reports to CPS in the county in which I live, possible abuse against my kids.
Now, who's taking care of the kids? Your ex is there with the children. Are her parents helping out, or who lives near you? Do you have friends? What is her situation?
She's been flipping back and forth between her mom and her boyfriend. I only get to see them as of right now every other weekend, from Friday night to Sunday evening.
And you filed for divorce in 2024, is that correct?
That is correct.
In May?
Yes.
Okay. Listen, hold on a second. I want to hear more about these babies and what's going on. And Patrick, I'm going to give you some straightforward advice. And is the divorce going to be here? Is the divorce here or in Colorado or in Ohio where you live?
Oh, he's on hold.
All right, never mind. I'll come back to him. I'm Tom Martino. Listen, we hear about everything in this show. I'm serious. It's life. CMG Financial, speaking of life, they're doing mortgages. Yeah, they're doing a great job. Rates are down a little. And then they do reverse loans. They also do the all-in-one loan, which is a 30-year line of credit. 303-882-6679. Ask for John, partnerinlending.com.
Thank you.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Taking a Walk Podcast.
Traffic is light and moving well all throughout the Denver metro area. There is one accident on southbound I-25 at Thornton Parkway. It's blocking the left lane, backing up traffic to before 104th Avenue. Also traffic heavy on eastbound and westbound I-270 between I-25 and I-70. Rock scaling has wrapped up for the time being on I-70 in Idaho Springs. You might encounter some delays both eastbound and westbound between Idaho Springs and Floyd Hill. With traffic, I'm Dave O'Brien.
I'm Buzz Knight, the host of the Taking a Walk podcast, and join me for an episode with founding member of the Doobie Brothers, Patrick Simmons, talking about their new album, Walk This Road. Listen to Taking a Walk on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Homevestors will buy your home. Now, I know you hear a lot of people saying, we want to buy your home. We buy ugly houses. We buy this. We buy that. And I don't care if you call all of them, because you can do that in an afternoon. They'll take, 5-10 minutes each call? I want Homevestors to be one of them. That's because I've dealt with Homevestors and have endorsed them in Denver. They've bought, I think now they're going on 35,000 homes in the Denver area. So they give you a price. If you like it, you take it. If you don't, you don't. It's for those who don't want to go through all that loan approvals and the inspections and the showings and the blah, 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 right? So if you're interested in an offer for your home, 800-44-BUYER, 800-44-BUYER. Now, you heard Joe Chiano on earlier talking about this seminar tomorrow night. It's really a movie. That's really what it is. If you do nothing but come and just watch a good movie, it's not going to hurt you. It's a docudrama about retirement and what people face and what you'll most likely face. And as I said, it's tomorrow evening, and they're having a seminar afterwards. In other words, they'll answer any of your questions. So call for tickets, or not, you don't even need a ticket, just to reserve a seat. 303-779-6600.
Fabulous.
How much time do I have?
4.5. I didn't even tease you that time.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't really mean that much of a thank you, but a little bit of a thank you.
No, and if you want to tell me to put a caller on hold again and then ask him another question, I'm going to come over to your house and... Yeah. I understand. You old fart. Mark, you there? Mm-hmm. Well, checking the calendar today, that's the second ex-wife's birthday.
Uh-oh.
I bet I could still seal that deal.
Yeah. Is that the hairdresser?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But just the amount of crazy would be infinite. My fault. I completely accept the blame.
What happened to the chick from Blackhawk who had like a settlement?
She's moving to... Well, she's not sure yet if it's California or Texas. She's going to flip a coin.
Oh, don't go to California.
But that's where her grandchildren are. But
Yeah.
But they are in... what's just the craziest freaking town north of L.A.? God damn it.
There are many.
Where's Dwight Yoakam from?
Oh.
Dwight Yoakam hometown.
Fresno? Modesto?
Oh, they're saying a different... Damn, what? I thought he was from... Buck Owens' hometown. No, he was Texas. Who was the other guy they played with? Where the hell did they record out of? Son of a... Now I'm just going to have to look at a map of LA.
Are you talking about, like, Burbank?
Bakersfield.
Bakersfield.
Oh.
That's a good one.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Just mentioning the name is a little like Beetlejuice. Your car ended up getting stolen just by saying Bakersfield. Oh, what a mess.
So, Clovis is right...
Isn't that New Mexico?
No. Okay. Clovis is about 20 minutes north of Fresno, which is right in that same area. I got my fucking ass handed to me in...
A parking lot?
No. In a meet.
Oh.
In 87.
M-E-E-T? M-E-A-T.
And, listen,
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
we're talking my ass was handed to me.
Well, you'd need both hands.
I'm
hey,
back.
Here we come.
A radio app and listen now.
Hey, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK. 713-8255. So, we're talking to someone that we have been in touch with over the years with his life. We call him our failure to launch project. He's had his ups and downs. And I think, Patrick, all of your downs have come as a result of impulsive decision making. You know that, right?
Yes.
And I know you know it. And what frustrates me is you're smarter than your life indicates. I don't know why. It seems like you have the brains. You really do. You have everything it takes to be a success. But you don't have the programming. And you keep going back to this loser mode. I want to know where you learned that. Where did you learn to make stupid decisions and then forge headway into it, fail, get way better, improve yourself, and then fail again? When do you first remember this cycle?
Probably right after high school, just not being able to follow through with commitments that I had made to myself, and then bouncing around and just couldn't follow through with them.
But when you did, you're successful. I mean, you have had times, even these past few years, where you started doing some pretty good stuff, but then it stops. Do you get bored, Patrick? Do you get bored when things are just going well? Be honest.
I do have a problem with that, but I've actually taken some steps to actually rectify things. I actually am more focused on doing what my kids need right now.
Hold on, and we're going to talk about that coming up and more.
Check the mail for Valpak.
Super.
I mean,
hey,
this kid is...
Tom, have you noticed this about Mark?
What's that?
That video of Mark is on a loop. It's not live. He recorded that and he's left.
Honest to God, what a piece of crap. If otherwise he could give it. If he wasn't on a loop, he could give us the finger right now.
I don't think he's gonna.
What's he doing with that one hand under the desk? Oh, there. Oh, God. My YouTubers, you put up with a lot. Where are they right now? Come on, you YouTube. Oh, no. No. And latch it for me. Thank you, sir. I forgot all about it. This is not me right now. Where the hell's my live feed? Come on, YouTube. Show me my live feed. I got to talk to my peeps. Where are these mothers? I got this on there. There it is. That's live. There we are. All right. I'm here. No, and latch it for me. Thank you, sir. I forgot all about it. Turn this off. Okay. Otherwise, it drives people crazy. Yep, the rear main seal. I got a lesson.
Robert? Hi, Robert. This is Kelly. I'm calling from the Tom Martino Troubleshooter Show. And you had reached out to us regarding your wife's son. Oh, okay. Well, I do have a line open if you'd like to talk to Tom about it to get some advice. I can definitely put you down for that. I don't know if I'll have open lines, but we can definitely try. Okay. Bye.
Hey, Thomas.
Yeah?
I might head out here in a little bit. I'll let you know I'm waiting for a callback. My rim cracked, if you can believe that shit. I thought I just had a flat tire. I ran up to Discount Saturday. My fucking rim cracked, and I just found a used one.
Wait a minute. On your Tesla?
Yeah, the rear one. I can't believe it. And there's hubcaps. It's actually a nice-looking rim, but I've never taken the hubcaps off. But I found one at Harris Used Car Parts. But
so Mark,
fuck, man, I can't believe it. I've
that
never
mean
seen
that
an
you
aluminum ring.
Did you run over
crack.
something without being aware of it?
No, in fact, if you look at it, there's like no stress around it. It's just cracked. So, I mean, I don't know what happened. There's no, like, chunk missing out of it. There's no dent.
Over a protester.
Yeah, exactly. It's just a hairline crack, man. It's nuts.
You know, they're talking about this Bernie rally as if it outdid Trump's.
Yeah, right. I was at the one at Trump's. It was 50 to 100,000 people easy.
And they're talking about the Bernie rally at 30,000.
I know.
30 to 34,000. But that's their estimate. The numbers that we're getting back from phone positioning data is around 20,000, and most of them are out-of-state numbers.
Yeah, of course they are. They all bring them in.
Yep. So, la-ti freaking da. You got...
Well, I bet you Tom was there.
Nah, it is so easy to scrape together 20,000 twat waffles in Colorado to listen to AOC screech. No offense to twat waffles.
No offense taken.
And is anybody going to talk about this Judge Boasberg, the guy who wanted to stop the flights?
Oh, my God, what an ass.
But, you know, he should have recused himself because of his daughter. She's a 25-year-old that works for a nonprofit in wherever the hell they are.
Washington?
Is that where they are, the family, Boasberg? She works exclusively for a nonprofit that exclusively handles Venezuelan gang members. That is their whole bread and butter, is helping these people not get deported. No wonder he signed that order.
Good morning. Thanks for calling.
It's his daughter's livelihood. Good morning, Troubleshooter Show. Did you want to talk to Tom and the gang?
Oh, yeah, the clinic?
Oh.
Okay.
Mark, who are you using for your hardwood floors? Is that Genesis? Or is it...
No, it's the...
Could be any number of people.
Is it...
We have Big Bob.
Who? What?
Who are you using for your floors?
There's your...
Well, they're re-sanding, so they're... I am getting new flooring, but then they're sanding everything. It's Big Bear. He's on... he's one of our listeners, and he's on our referral list.
What's he on the referral list as? Big Bear?
Yeah, Big Bear. He does all kinds of hardwood. He does carpet. He does tile. But his guys that literally work directly for him are one of the best I've found as far as sanding and refinishing.
Well, that's good. I'm sure that searching for a Big Bear in the phone book wasn't a...
What?
You know,
just search floors and you'll see Big Bear flooring.
It's a euphemism for a large, hairy gay man.
Oh, yeah, that's true. It is. You're more of a timid lion.
A twink, I believe, would be the... Although I'm not. I'm too old for...
You're far from a twink.
Ah! Speaking of having your rear seal blown out, what's that? Oh, we don't know. We weren't able to figure that out. We're never able to figure out the little funnel-looking thing from the Weld County Sheriff, right? I got that from Mark. He had a bag of swag from the Sheriff's Department after his last roadside. Sir, I'm going to have to ask you to step out of the vehicle. Here we go.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. I am here solving problems with the help, of course, all of our people. We solve problems, answer questions, take complaints, make your life a little easier. We got Major Marc Mager off on a remote location, as well as I am. We are doing our shows from our respective studios. And then we have Deputy D here in the house with me, and we have Deputy Doc back at the ranch, at the main ranch, with Kachina and her Mimosas. And that sounds like a singing group. Kachina and the Mimosas. My God, we could make a hit, starring Kachina Kalori and her Mimosas. Okay, no one can copy that. We're going to do it. Kachina and I are going to do it, and we're going to bank. Now, then we have Shannon, of course. He's, people think Shannon leaves the place. He doesn't. Wait, they just unplug him and put him in the corner. Then when we need him again, we plug him in. So let's go to the phones. And this issue, by the way, is frustrating with the stolen vehicle, no doubt. And Jimmy, we're getting our insurance. Is Brian available yet? Kachina, I want to get an answer for Jimmy on this insurance.
No, Brian, hey, Tom, I'm on with Compass right now for a personal reason, but Brian's out of the country, man.
Dang it. Okay, well, get Matt. We can talk to Matt.
I don't think Matt comes on air anymore.
Yes, he can. I mean, he'll do it, Matt. So ask Matt to come on, or let's call someone else. I really do want to get a feel for the timeline lately with these claims, if we can. So let's try that. 303, thanks. And 303-713-8255. Now, meanwhile, we're talking to Patrick, and Patrick is who we call our failure to launch project. And basically, since he graduated high school, we've been following him. Oh, wait, we do have Brian Burns. So Patrick, hang on. I'm going to go to Brian right now because he's out of the country, I guess, and we got to catch it when we can. Brian?
Hey, Tom.
Hey, Brian. I am sorry to bother you on I think you're vacationing or something. But we have a guy.
Yeah, no problem.
We have a guy that had a car accident February 18th. He has the general. He's upset that he didn't have an accident. The car was stolen. I'm sorry, okay? The 18th. He hasn't heard anything for 3 weeks. Then he hears something and they say it's going to be a few more weeks. Then he calls the guy it was transferred to, and that guy says, I'm busy, I'll get to it when I get to it. Basically, he wants to know if it's unreasonable that he really has not gotten an offer since February 18th, the date of the theft.
That's I don't think here, I'll say it two different ways. It seems unreasonable from just normal terms. I don't think that he would have a case as far as it being unreasonable in the policy definition because there's not a time frame that's listed. The general, as you know, in my opinion, is about as bad as you get. And so I think you almost are assured to have to wait when you're dealing with them.
Now, is there any law that if you're going to write insurance, you have to respond with this many days or that? Does it put any kind of onus on the insurance company?
The term in the policy, if you used to read it, will probably say reasonable. So as you can imagine, that's hard to define. I think if you want to take it to, the insurance commissioner, I think it would need to be longer than 3 weeks or a month. I think reasonable is probably not defined by that period of time.
What is involved in a stolen car claim? What will come next? The car was stolen. It was reported. There's a police report. Jimmy contacts and puts in a claim with the general. The general says, we'll get to it when we get to it. What happens next? When they say they'll get to it, what will happen?
Well, so they're probably hoping to see if it gets found or, if the police find it so that they don't pay out on it already and then the car's found after the fact. So I'm guessing they're trying to kind of let it work itself out. I'm guessing he doesn't have rental coverage. Is that right?
He has no rental coverage.
No, I do not.
Okay. Because that would prompt them to want to move a little bit faster, I would think, because they're having to pay out rental. In this case,
that's the
they're
problem.
not. So,
he has nothing. He has nothing, so they don't care.
I think
and being that I'm disabled, that I've been disabled.
Being disabled.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
He wants to know about being disabled. Being disabled doesn't give you any special privileges ever. They really, except for parking. I'm serious, Jimmy. It's not part of it. I understand that you're having a terrible time because of your disability, but it doesn't put any kind of special requirement on the insurance company to provide you transportation.
Okay.
Ryan, really,
I don't think it's the worst thing in the world, Tom. If he wants to report this to the insurance commissioner, it's not a difficult process. You can do it online,
I think the fact that they said
it might put some pressure on him.
Right. The fact that they said we'll get to it when we get to it, they're kind of just, they don't care. I mean, what really is to, let me ask you something, Brian. What's to say they can't take 6 months? I mean, seriously.
Yeah, because I think that would go beyond the reasonable word, and I know that sounds silly because it's not a defined period of time, but I think a month is probably reasonable when you're talking about a total loss.
All right.
But I do think that if he reports it to the insurance commissioner, they will absolutely contact the general, so it very well might speed up the process. It's kind of like the squeaky wheel kind of a thing.
Brian,
so
they really do listen to complaints, and you believe they really would contact the general.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The insurance commissioner will. It might not be in the time frame you want, but they will respond. They will reach out to the general.
All right, Jimmy, please do that, and then do me a favor. Call us back in 2 weeks. I would love to hear in 2 weeks. And we will turn up the heat a little. But let's first give them 2 more weeks. And I know that's the life to you because, I mean, that's a lot for you because every day you're without a car. Now, with your disabilities, almost everything can be delivered. Honest to God, Jimmy, almost anything. And the delivery charges are not that much. In fact, I'll bet you with that GMC you have, that the delivery charge will be about what you would pay in gas. So try to avail yourself of that kind of stuff. Back to the failure to launch gentleman that we've been on and off in touch with since he graduated high school. Now he's going through a nasty divorce. Let me ask you something, Patrick. Why are you getting divorced? Well, I mean, what happened? You guys were so much in love.
So I found out she had cheated on me, and then she's a very mentally abusive person.
Well, what attracted you to this woman?
She hid the flaws very well.
And did you hide yours?
Oh, I was open about mine. She actually would use them against me.
Okay.
Once we started living together.
What did you say your flaws were, Patrick?
That I had problems with stability and making sure that I was making the right decisions financially and
you're impulsive.
Personally.
You're impulsive.
And then impulsive.
But yes. Patrick, you have nothing. You need nothing to become a success right now. Everything is in your tool chest already. It's not like you have to go out and even do it. What are you doing for work right now?
So I work for a company where I actually audit car dealers. I'm what's called a field risk specialist. I do floor plan auditing.
Oh, good. That's a good job.
It is. I've been with them for just under 6 months. I stepped away from truck driving to this job so I could see my kids more frequently.
But it's a good job, and you're in Ohio. And you have to make sure you get a parenting plan. Is she trying to take custody away, all custody?
She's trying for that. We had a family investigator that recommended a suggested parenting plan of splitting the weeks between me and her.
But I think
and
you're
right
doing,
now
so
we're
what
just,
did you call
we're just
about
waiting
today?
for that to get implemented.
Did you call today to get advice on something, or did you just want to give us an update?
Just giving you guys an update.
Okay, here's what I want to suggest now. Do you have an attorney, first of all?
I have a really good attorney.
Good.
Worth the price I'm paying for him.
You're surprised what? Did you say he's expensive, or? Anyway, I don't know. We're disconnected.
Oh, no, I said worth the price I'm paying for him.
Oh, worth the
Very
price.
worth the
Good.
price.
Okay, but here's what I want to tell you. No matter what, okay, the courts do not care how miserable your ex is at all, unless it's a direct danger to the children. But listen to this. What you believe is a direct danger to the children is not always a direct danger to the children. Try to separate anger from the facts. Please try, Patrick, and just get through the damn thing. And then she'll have to work. She's not going to be able to sit on her butt, but she has 2 babies, so part of that's going to be taken into consideration. You're most likely, how long were you married?
Not even 2 years.
Yeah, you're going to have to pay child support for sure, but I don't know about maintenance. I doubt you'll have any maintenance at all to pay. They'll tell her to try to get a job. You'll have to pay for child support and taking care of the kids while she's working. But it's a mess, Patrick. And the same kinds of messes you keep getting into. Now you have a good job. So here's what I tell you to do. Get through this divorce. Get through it. Don't give away the farm, but don't fight over stupid things either. And lose the anger. The courts don't care what you think of each other. They don't care. So many divorces waste time on trying to establish how bad a parent or how bad a husband or wife someone has been. And the courts don't care. And I know you might think, well, of course, Tom, but people, I mean that. Most of the time, that is where time is wasted, trying to prove someone is a bad person. And most of the time, it doesn't matter. It has to be extreme to lose parental rights or all that. And the idea of abuse, everyone uses the word abuse. That's not to say abuse doesn't happen, but true abuse is rare. I'm Tom Martino. We have more coming up. He can talk later.
Oh, okay.
Hard work and
See, that time I didn't catch you saying, hold on.
with TurboTax and Credit Karma doesn't hurt either. Make filing taxes a
I know I'm being a dick.
your info for you so you can file quickly and confidently. Winner! Get the peace of mind that comes with expert help. Let's go! Being powered by TurboTax means you're backed by the leading tax preparer, and we'll show you all your filing options up front so there are no surprises. File your taxes on Intuit Credit Karma today. Expert help not available with all products. Guarantee details available at turbotax.com/guarantees.
You know, I know this sounds weird to a lot of people, but I've always been a health nut, and I care about what I eat, what I put in my body. I care about my supplements. I care about the air I breathe. And you know what? I especially care about the air inside my home and the atmosphere. That's why I use Zero Res Denver. Yeah, I first called them because I didn't want all the soap and the crap and the emulsifiers and the chemicals. I don't want them in my house. Well, Zero Res doesn't use them. But I called Zero Res first about the health and then found out my carpets never looked better. I can have it all. You can have it all. You can have health, a great inside environment, and carpets that look like new. Get them Zero Resified. ZeroResDenver.com. You don't do better. ZeroResDenver.com. Get that spring cleaning on with ZeroResDenver.com. 303-471-5150. Even the indoor air quality is better because do you know your carpets are basically the biggest air filter in your home? 303-471-5150. Now,
you're very kind. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I owed you one. I did. I waited too long. Let's go to that when you can. Let me know.
45 seconds away.
All right. Let me hear the return audio. Thanks.
You got it.
To only adhere to what's called a suitability standard. A suitability standard is a limited standard of care, not requiring what's sold to be best, just suitable.
Advisors with this loose standard often have limited investment and product selection. Trajan Wealth is held to a fiduciary standard, which is the highest standard of care in the advisory business. And that's just one of the many reasons we have billions of dollars under our care and attract clients from other advisors. Raise your standards today and call Trajan Wealth. Call 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
All right. If you want right now to replace that old heating and air, and especially thinking about the coming summer and then the winter after that, you can do it now at the guaranteed lowest price. Why would you replace? Well, if you have a system 15 years or older, it's going to cost too much to run, and the government standards are going to shut you down eventually. So 15 years or older, or if you're showing any signs of problems, call 888heating.com. The guaranteed lowest prices for high efficiency, 303-770-2776.
If you're selecting
We're so sweet.
really bad hills to die on.
You want to align with waste and fraud. Wow.
Well, not only that, you've got the fact that they're judge shopping for people to send Trente Aragua back.
Right.
And
well, again, that daughter's going to come
and
out.
you're basically also another hill you're dying on is men playing women's sports. It just
No, it's
they're
a
being really stupid.
it is a classic. I don't have Xfinity. You blow me. It is a fantasy as old as time to be invisible and to be able to go in the women's locker room. So I think that a lot of people who were allowing that to happen were just trying to relive that fantasy. Disagree with men wanting to be in a women's locker room, especially in invisible.
You know, there's kind of a natural division.
What's going on?
Outies and innies.
I don't get it.
Good.
It'd be fun.
How do they sound? Purchase papers are issued.
Good morning. Thanks for calling the Tom Martino Show. Hello, Tom Martino Show.
Let it go.
Good morning, Tom Martino Show. Are you talking about an advertisement or a call? Okay. You heard it.
Not yet.
Oh man. I think we're coming back.
No,
Here
over
we
the
go.
weekend I did. Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So, Randy, let's talk about this clinic. What is going on with you, Randy? And I'm sorry for the wait. What's going on?
Nah, you're fine. In August of 19, I retired from the military.
Oh, what branch
And
of military?
I,
What branch?
I was in the Army.
And how long were you in the Army?
20 years.
Wow, thank you very much for that. Seriously, did you like it?
Yeah.
What did you do in the Army?
I loved it.
What
It
did you
was-
do?
I was a infantryman, rifleman. I deployed 8 times. It definitely allowed me to become something in life. Like,
that is so
I was on the road to a bad road when I was growing up. So I've got a lot of lineage. I can track military service back to the Civil War. So it fit perfectly for me. Like,
wow, it sounds like a perfect fit. So what's going on since you've been out? How are things going?
I have my ups and downs. It can always be worse, it can always be better.
So what
in August of 19, when I retired, I needed some psych help. I was getting psych help in the military, and then obviously when you transition from active to retired, like, you lose a lot of that stuff. So I had to go out to the civilian market and go find some psych help. So I went to a clinic, and I'd say I didn't see them more than like 6 months. Like, they were floozy and just, I don't know, it was a disaster.
Now hold on, Randy. Why was it a disaster? I mean, what do you mean? Like, the counseling was a disaster, the doctor, the clinic? What are you talking about?
The clinic and the psychiatrist. So I have PTSD and TBI. I've got incontinence. I've got a laundry list. I'm 100% disabled with VA, and so I've got a lot of baggage that I carry around with me. I may average 2 hours of sleep a night. The psychiatrist just up and left the clinic. They had some sort of a professional disagreement, and she bounced, didn't let anyone know. Then I went 6 weeks without medication, which is a huge no-no for me. Next thing I know, I'm suicidal, and I'm on the phone with the Veterans Crisis Line with a gun in my head. Like, it was really, really dark, Mr. Tom, right? So I find I go into like a residential in treatment facility.
Yeah.
And I get out of that, I find another clinic, and I have nothing but huge success with the other clinic. So now we're in, like, the COVID era, it's around summer of 21 or somewhere in that time frame, right? And I'm with this other clinic. And I get a email and phone call from the original clinic saying, hey, you owe us $200. And I was like, for what? And they're like,
here's where I'm confused, Randy. Randy, halt for 1 sec. Is this all being taken care of by Veterans Affairs or whatever, the VA?
So, my current clinic, yes, it's through the VA. The clinic that I'm calling you about was through TRICARE.
Okay, but why did you go? Why did you go outside the network? Why did you go outside the network?
So with TRICARE, a lot of it has to do with where I live. I live in Ellicott, and there's a 30-mile radius rule and all kinds of stuff like that.
I got you.
30 miles outside.
So I don't need to know all this. Now that we here, hold on. Tell me this. Under normal circumstances, now I know you didn't like the quality of care, and you tried to make your case they weren't, they were terrible, and I'll get you and I'll believe you. But Randy, what I want to know is this. Under normal circumstances, would you really owe that money?
Well, no. I don't believe so. I asked them for an itemized list of one, like, how are these charges possible? I also asked them why, basically a detailed explanation in writing of why 2 years after I was done seeing them, they came back and was like, oh, you owe us $200 and some change.
By the way, did you pay it, Randy? Did you pay it yet?
No, I haven't paid it.
When did the bill show up? When did the bill show up?
Like in summer of 21.
Then what have you been doing? Okay, so why are you calling today? Did something happen where they're trying to come at? Go ahead.
Yes. Well, So obviously they still want their money. And Mr. Tom, it's not about the money, right? It's not about the money. It's about, I don't understand this. I have a TBI, not to use that as an excuse, but I just don't understand this. Please explain it to me like I'm Sue. And they refuse to do that, right?
Yeah.
But what really chapped my behind and why I'm calling you today is, yes, my wife is part of my care plan, if you will, right? In the sense that I'm married, she's my wife, and we discuss things. In no way, shape, or form is my wife part of my care plan when it comes to my doctors. I haven't signed a release. I haven't done any of that. And if there's anyone that I know that's a straight shooter, it's going to be you, and you're going to tell me to stop being a crybaby, go pay my bill, and have a good day. And I'm okay with that, Mr. Tom. What I'm not okay is my wife goes to the clinic that I was previously going to, the original clinic. While she's in a session, the doctor or the psychiatrist that she sees is also the billing boss, if you will. And in the middle of my wife's session, she turns around and she's like, "Oh, hey, Miss Brandy, by the way, here's your husband's bill. Do you think you can do something about it?"
That is totally. Hold on. And she was never signed as part of. You never. She's not on the hook for that bill.
Never.
That was totally unprofessional.
No, not at all. We're two separate patients. So the way that I see it is, she shared my information with another patient, even though it's my wife, and I get it, right?
She didn't share medical information. Randy, listen, let me give you my impression right now. I think you are absolutely correct in feeling this clinic sucks. They're unethical. They should have never, ever talked about a bill of yours to your wife or anyone. My God. Hey, by the way, while you're here with your problems, your husband still hasn't paid his bill. Can you do something about it? I mean, really?
Right.
Okay, I agree with you. But here's what I really want to get to.
Right.
Many times, we as people lump things together that shouldn't be lumped together.
Right.
We lump them together to give us the feeling and the answer we want. So what you're thinking is this. I am so sick and tired of this clinic. That one doctor left me for 2 weeks without meds. Now they're trying to collect 2 years later money, and then they go and talk to my wife about my bill. So you add all those together, and your answer is, screw them, I'm not paying them a dime. Wrong answer. I understand the thought process, and I agree with you, but it's the wrong answer. I'm going to tell you, Randy, that most likely you do owe the money. Most likely you do, because the clinic's not going to make or break themselves. Now, you can verify it, and they should verify it, and they should give you a breakdown. So I want Deputy Doc to help you get a detailed bill. And Doc is a doctor, so when they try to pull the HIPAA thing, all he's going to say is, we're not asking about his information. We're not asking about anything except get him a detailed bill, and he'll pay it immediately. And that's where I think we stand. But Randy, here's what I do think. Randy, you have gone through a lot of trauma in your life. Yeah. I can't even identify with it. Even if I pretend I can't. But I can identify with one thing: the technique you're using, that you're stuck with, and I was too, because I had a different kind of trauma. And let me explain this to you, Randy. You are in a mode right now, and I'm saying this as a friend. You're in a mode of injustice collection, and because you feel that you've served your country, and you did, and you deserve kudos, and you do, and because you've done this mostly unnoticed, and now you're out just trying to make your way, what you're looking for now is the people standing in your way or putting up injustice. And what it does is you want to collect all of this because you want to feel justified if you feel like screw everybody. You're trying to collect information and evidence that will justify a feeling of defiance. I get it. And everyone who goes through trauma gets it. But here's what I tell you. There is no concerted effort to put the screws to you. And even though it feels that way sometimes, we group things together we shouldn't group together. So here's what I'm telling you, Randy. Just chill, bro. I'm telling you, just live life for your enjoyment and don't start collecting injustice. I'm telling you, you're in that mode because you were pushed into that mode. And trust me, you had 1,000 times more trauma than I could ever imagine. But I'm just giving you an observation. I think you're waiting for someone to screw you. I mean, if you're honest with yourself, don't you kind of go through life wondering who's going to be the next person to try to screw me? I mean, that's what I'm getting from you. And, you know, I just think that
I just have a quick question. What is it that you want?
He wants a detailed...
I just need... So, I want justification that I owe the money, really.
Yeah.
Like,
okay.
So I was under the impression, talking to TRICARE, that, no, you pay your $20 copay,
yeah,
and then it's a tax write-off.
Right.
Like, I called TRICARE, and that was their words, right? So then I turn around and talk to the clinic, and she's like, oh, no, that's not right at all.
Okay, Randy,
like,
we get you.
we
Doc,
don't
do you
get
see
tax
what he's
write-offs.
talking
And I was
about?
like,
What he wants
Yep,
is
I
some
do.
respect. That's what he wants, okay? That's what he wants, okay? And it's right now in the form of a detailed medical thing showing he owes the money. But what he's looking for
Which
is
you get
respect.
back very easily.
Yeah, and Deputy Doc, thanks for taking this. We got more coming up.
Thank you.
KHOW Denver, 630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station. Download the free iHeart Radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
An accident on southbound I-25 at Thornton Parkway has been cleared from the 3 left lanes. Traffic is still slow back to 120th Avenue, but that is starting to improve. Both directions of I-70 are closed between Idaho Springs and Floyd Hill for rock stealing. That closure should only remain for another few minutes. There's an accident on northbound Wadsworth at Hamden, also one on Parker Road at Stroh Road, and a crash on Smoky Hill at Saddle Rock. With traffic, I'm Dave O'Brien.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll tell the story of Amy Semple McPherson and how the modern megachurch came to be. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
Hey, Joe Lazzara is a criminal defense attorney. And I know most people say, why do I need to know this? Well, I'm going to tell you something, okay? There might be a time you need a criminal defense attorney because of bad traffic, speeding infraction, or accident, or even, of course, a DUI. They're crimes. There's other reasons you might need one, or you might need to refer someone. Don't ever shop when you're under pressure. That's a bad thing to do. I've done the shopping for you. And Lazzara Legal, Lazzara, is a great choice. Free consultations always when you first call, and then flat rate pricing for your case. 303-429-6200, 429-6200. Did Mark step out?
I don't know. Is he on the camera?
Well, I'm up now, so let me see. Yeah, he's out.
Are you up?
He's
Good
out.
Good morning, Tom Martino Show. How can I help you? This is Kelly.
Peeing in the driveway. You know, you've got to save on the chemical toilet when you're not out on the wild.
Yeah.
Yeah, they, Mark actually went ahead and said if you have a complaint or something like that.
Everybody on my referral list gets to use that. We give them.
Call in.
Oh, yeah.
I just thought we should.
Yes.
God damn.
Let me go ahead and.
There's certain wording they can use.
Man, between Pam Bondi,
right.
Kelsey Gabbert, and who else do we have?
Yes.
Kirsty Nome.
I thought somebody
Even
else
once
said
upon a
this. I
time,
didn't even
McMahon. Golly.
attribute that to you.
And even that little Rubio's easy on the eyes. God, golly.
Where's Hegsa? Is he in there?
Yep. Oh, you know what? I shouldn't say that so definitively. They've zoomed in on Pam Bondi's assets.
Ha! You're a jerk.
I'm not a jerk. She's hotter than wolf piss. Not my fault.
Where is everybody?
Your
Hey,
mom's
man.
house.
We were wondering where
I'm
you
going to be
went.
splitting soon if you're good. Are you good?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good right now. So you may as well get the hell out because I'm not going to be good tomorrow.
Really? Yeah, define good.
usual.
Good point, Shannon.
Thank you. Oh, God. Well, then, shit. We need all the help we can get.
You people are just mean.
Hey, Tom, you want to hear something interesting?
Yeah.
Well, what good is being nice done for me?
What,
No,
Mark?
nothing.
Mark, what?
The new Roadie, Roadcaster Pro 2.
Yeah.
Does all the line-in stuff to share with the NX. It does everything.
You son of a bitch. You know what, though?
I don't have one. I just watched a video on one. It's amazing. Comrex actually put the video together.
So it's literally to marry the Comrex to this Roadie.
Yeah, here's what ours does not have. This. You know how you can go into mic input 1, 2, 3, or 4 on your Roadie?
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
And you can go to microphone level, voice, audio processing, right?
Right.
There's a setting in the new one, Pro 2, and the setting is studio line, which will share everything coming from the NX on that little jack into it. So in other words, you use all your headphones through the Roadie.
So you go line out. You go line out on the NX to line in on the Roadie.
Yep.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah.
That's cool. Well, because
so on the back of the Roadie,
yeah,
on the back of the Pro 2, it's got. It doesn't have XLR. It's got a whatever it is.
Really?
That's good.
It doesn't have a balanced
Don't get so
input for your mic.
technical on us, Mark.
Mark, are you sure it doesn't have a balanced input for mics?
I'm staring at it. It might have. Is it possible it's got both?
Yes.
So it's XLR and you can put a cable right in the middle?
Yeah. In fact, they look.
Finally
If
got
you
my
look
poop in a group
closely,
when I was 42.
if you
But
look
hey,
closely,
Kelly's probably the
they
one that
make
calls
one jack that can take both. There's a hole in the middle, and then it's an XLR around the outside. So if you plug an XLR
That's
in,
it. That's what it has.
yes, or you can just plug one right in the middle. It's
I'm
both balanced
uncomfortable
and
with this
unbalanced.
Or that's what it is.
Yep. Hello, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. Let's keep going here. 303-713-TALK. Delbert. What's going on, Delbert?
Hello.
Hi, Delbert. What's happening?
Well, I got a little bit of problem with Craigslist, I guess.
What happened?
I listed a vehicle for sale and posted it, and it's been a long time since I did it, so I had to go in and say, forgot my password. And I thought I set a password up because now I want to go back in and delete the post. And when I get into it, it says, you have a passwordless account.
Okay.
And I can't get into this thing, and I've tried to call
when it said
Craigslist.
passwordless, it said passwordless, like you don't have a password.
Yes, one word.
Okay. Well, did you try just getting in without a password then, just using your username and a blank password?
Yes.
And
no,
what
not
happened?
a blank password. I never tried that.
Well, what did you put? Hold on. What did you put in the password when you tried to get in?
I put my original password in there.
Go ahead and put your username in and leave the password blank and hit enter and see if it lets you in.
Okay.
Can you do that during a break, or if we put you on hold?
I got it. Let's see. Set password.
You don't want to...
Tom, would you mind putting me on hold?
Okay, we'll do that. All right?
Now,
I think that we can talk you through this one. I think. 303-713-8255. Greg, what's going on with you, Greg?
Oh, hey, Tom, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can, sir. What's happening?
I have a house that I own with my ex-spouse.
Okay.
And we're best of friends, and she had a problem with the plumbing, and I was out of the country because I know a lot of tradespeople, and I could have helped her. And so she is a member of a plumbing company, and the water heater went out, and they had no water. And so they installed a new water heater and charged her well over $10,000 for the water heater and to install it.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I don't think I've ever heard of something like that. That's just way too much.
Hold on a sec. Hold on. Greg, welcome to the new world. Now, this particular company you're talking about is Applewood. Is that right?
It is.
Yeah. Let me explain something.
I didn't know if you want me to mention it or
I don't
not.
care. I mean, it is what it is.
Okay.
All right. Here's something that I find all the time. Sticker shock. Okay? Now, I think that, in my opinion, it sounds outrageous. You know, a little over 10 grand for a water heater. It sounds outrageous because here's what we all do. We all say, well, we can buy the heater for this much, and then we can buy the fittings for this much. So you mean to tell me they're getting paid 8 or 9 grand just for being here for a half hour, you know, or whatever? I mean, I'm exaggerating a little.
Well, yeah, it's about $1,000 an hour to install it.
But you're right, Greg. Now, if I wanted to be unfair, I could say, Applewood sucks. I don't leave them. Don't ever go there. I will tell you, the number one complaint we get about Applewood is their price. The number one complaint. Did you call them and complain about it?
I did.
Did they make
and
an
they
adjustment?
immediately
Usually
said,
they
well,
make
we'll
an
give you
usually they make an adjustment. Did they make an adjustment?
For $2,000.
Okay.
Or 20% or something.
So then it was 8 grand. Is that right?
Right. And again, I own my own company, and I have a network. It's like a chamber of commerce. And I have tons of tradespeople. They could have installed this for $3,000 at the low end, $5,000 at the very top end.
Okay,
I
Greg,
know.
I'm going to tell you something, okay?
I was out of the country.
That's a bunch of BS. That's a bunch of BS, Greg, okay? Because hindsight is always cheaper.
not.
Hindsight is always cheaper. And I'm going to tell you something, Greg. There are very few people today that will install any kind of a water heater for $3 grand. What size water heater was it?
I don't know, 50 gallons or something. We researched it.
I'm
You
going
could
to
buy
tell you
it
this.
for
Hold on, man. Let's talk. I love being out in the open, and I don't have any allegiance to any company anywhere at any time. If I represent them, I want them to do what they say and say what they do. I don't represent Applewood, but I'm going to treat them the same. This is what I want you to do. I want you to get me a legit, and I mean it better be serious and not a lie, written proposal for a 50-gallon water tank for $3 grand or under. I want you to do that because I'm going to hold you to your word. I don't think one of those people that told you, we could have done that for $3 grand. I'll guarantee you that we can't get them to do it for $3 grand because if you find them, I'm going to feed them customers and I want to see them do it for $3 grand. They won't. They won't. Okay, so Greg, first of all, you're comparing it with fantasy because unless they do it, you can't say what they would do it. I'll never forget when a snowstorm was coming and there were 2 grocers in the town and the one grocer was selling the eggs for $5 a dozen, which at that time was outrageous. And the other grocer said, well, you know what? I'd sell them for way cheaper than that. Okay, where are they? Well, I don't have any. See, the point is this. Is unless you do it, you can't talk about it. And when you said you called and about a half a dozen of your people could do it for $3 grand or under, I want to see one, just one of them that will literally do a 50-gallon water tank for $3,000. The going rate for water tanks right now is about $5 grand, and that's a good price. Now, do I like it? No, I don't like it. But these people are paying for insurances. They're paying for everything in the world, all the business licenses and all the fees and advertising, and I don't like it, but that's life. That is absolute life. We are all going to pay more than we want to pay.
Now, traffic. This report is sponsored by Taking a Walk Podcast.
You're out of your effing mind.
I-25 at Thornton Parkway. Left.
Can we, for $3,000, get you a bigger clock?
to improve. Both directions of I-70 are closed between Idaho Springs and Floyd Hill for rock scaling. That closure should only remain for another few minutes. There's an accident on northbound Wadsworth at Hamden. Also one on Parker Road at Stroh Road.
You mean for me to type?
Saddle Rock. With traffic, I'm Dave O'Brien.
You know how hard that is? I'm not kidding. Not kidding. I love you, but 10 seconds. Stand by.
Doobie Brothers Patrick Simmons talking about their new album, Walk This Road. Listen to Taking a Walk on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
RecoverYourHair.com. Now, I'm not talking about any magical or outrageous hair transplant. This is what everyone else is talking about here in America. They do wonderful jobs here in Denver. But guess what? You can get it done for a fraction of the cost and put airfare on top of that and have a long weekend in Istanbul, Turkey, and get your hair transplant from a qualified medical doctor. That's right. RecoverYourHair.com. Founder Nick Turner has put this together when he discovered I can have all this done and I can have it done cheaper and just as good as any good doc in America. You know, hair transplants, it's not brain surgery, even though it's in the same area. And all the follow-ups can be done by Zoom. What you want to do is check him out. 970-534-0676. RecoverYourHair.com. John Fuller is a personal injury attorney. I know you've heard of him because he advertised all the time on this show. He also is a co-host on this show from time to time. And John Fuller truly will talk to you before an accident, before anything becomes of your relationship. If you don't hire him, he'll still talk to you. No other attorneys really do that. They might answer a basic question here and there if you can get him on the phone, but you can't. With John Fuller, you call and say, I want to talk to John Fuller. And then he'll talk to you about your case. If you decide to hire him, it's on a percentage fee basis, but all inquiries are free of charge. And when you talk to him after you hire him, you even get a cell phone number, 303-597-4500, 303-597-4500.
That was very nice. Thank you. Come on. Old guys deserve a little humpy too.
A humpy?
Well, we're running this ad, this date your age.
Oh, I hate that ad. Could you imagine me dating my age? Never mind. I won't get into it.
Well, what about Doc? His is called Carbon Date My Age.
I agree, Tom.
Whatever happened to Delbert? Where is he?
He left.
Donde estás, Delbert?
No,
the guy who wanted the...
Craigslist.
Yep, darn it. He hung up.
Is he going to call us back?
We don't know. He hung up. Maybe he was able to log in. Doesn't need you.
That could be.
Alphonse, the old log in.
I remember that joke.
Yes.
And Greg, who emailed me about 6 times about his Applewood complaint. Mark,
I'll still talk to him about it, but he doesn't have a complaint.
Listen, I swear.
Is he mad at me? I want to talk to him.
No, he also hung up. But what I was saying before is that he emailed me probably about 6 times about the complaint. And he just thought he was overcharged and blah, blah, blah.
Well, let him prove it. Let him get me one at $3,000.
Mark finally said, go ahead and put him on the air. And so he called today, and that's what he's going to get. He doesn't have a complaint. That's how much it costs.
Look, I know the guy is upset. I don't blame him. I mean, I would be outraged. I paid that.
So we just have Julie for 1 minute. Really 1 minute? Oh, no. 30 seconds. It'll be 30 seconds. Do you want her? You want to start with Julie? You got 30 seconds.
Julie is, yeah, I'll start with any, when I come back, I'll start and say, hello, Julie. Yeah, we'll help you.
Hello, Julie. I suck at my job. We only have 30 seconds, okay? You mind wading through the news and then...
Warn her I'm going to do that. Warn her I'm going to do that, okay?
Warn her that you...
That I'm going to come on and just make a quick comment. She can say okay and wait.
Sure. Okay. And then, Julie, you guys will be able to talk for 35 minutes when we come back from break because Tom won't know to take a break next time. Thank you.
My Top 101 Free Agents will have it covered for you with all new episodes every Thursday, keeping you up to date as we head to the NFL Draft. Listen to 40s and Free Agents on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow 40s and Free Agents and start listening on the free iHeart Radio app today.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino. Let's talk to Julie. Julie, you're calling for a friend about a car accident?
Yeah, she got back-ended and they're blaming her for it.
Wait a minute. How the hell do you blame somebody like... Hold on a second. She was rear-ended and they're saying it was her fault. We'll come back and talk about this and more coming up. Also, I hit a nerve with pricing. People say, come on, Tom, there's got to be limits. Let's talk about that and more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
Very nice. Hey, Kelly admits to being rear-ended and not blaming anybody. What?
Dear Shannon.
You
are funny.
Should we call John Fuller? She wants me to call John Fuller.
Oh, I don't know.
Hey!
You want to know the truth?
Oh, he turned off his mic. You... You're not on the email for the schedules, right?
Yeah, I am. Let me check.
No, I guess there really are like 50 people in that.
Good afternoon. Thanks for calling the Tom Martino Show. Okay. All right. And what is this regarding, Peggy? HVAC issue. You got it. Okay, hang on for me.
Hey, Randy? Hey, this is Doc from the Martino Show. Good. Hey, listen, I just want you to know, I'm really tied up today.
All right.
I'll be around tomorrow. I'll give you a call tomorrow. I will get this taken care of. Okay. See you tomorrow.
Pushing further into the Gaza Strip. Right? Yeah, totally. Praise be to Allah. Doesn't die?
No, the Pope.
The oak. Just like the oak.
I can't go number 2 anymore.
Ten seconds, guys.
Declutter and wash out the white noise of the mainstream media. The only missing ingredient is you. Join me each day of the work week starting at 2 here on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hello, I'm Tom Martino. Welcome to the show, 303-713-TALK. 713-8255. What's going on in your life? Let's see what we can do to help you as we do each and every day. And thanks for being here, by the way. So I want to go to the phones and start with Julie. She's calling for a friend who had a car accident. So, Julie, tell your story. What's going on?
This happened a couple weeks ago, and
she was rear-ended. Where did it happen?
My friend. Where did it happen?
Where did it happen? Like what? How did it happen? Tell me about
I'm going to put her on.
Okay, let's talk to her then. What's her name?
She can answer better. I'm going to put Martha on.
Marca.
Okay. So it's not. Yeah. It happened on the 10th of March.
What is your name?
Driving and some Martha, Martha.
I got it. Thank you, Martha. So here's what I need to know, Martha. Explain the day of the accident. What happened?
So I was driving. There was one vehicle in front of me going slowly. So I tried to slow down, and then the one behind me came and hit me.
Okay.
And then the police came. They gave us, And now
hold
I
on,
gave it
Martha.
To
did they give you both tickets, Martha?
Yes.
Okay. So, did you slam on your brakes?
Yes.
And you slammed on your brakes because the guy in front of you slammed on his brakes?
No, she came full speed and hit me. There was one in front of me.
Okay.
So as she hit
Martha,
me,
why did
then
you,
I went and pushed the one.
Why did you put the brakes on?
Put the brakes on?
Why did you put the brakes on? Why did you use your brakes? Did the guy in front of you or the woman or the car in front of you come to a quick stop?
Yeah.
Okay.
She came to a quick stop, so I have to stop at his back.
I get it. I
so
get
as
it.
I was stopping.
Yeah. Now, who is saying it's your fault?
And the insurance people, I've called them. My insurance, I call them, and then they call the other insurance, and they are saying it's my fault.
Now, does your insurance company agree that it's your fault?
His insurance haven't told me anything yet. By my insurance, I called them today, and they are telling me the other side insurance said it's my fault. And I said, no, it's not my fault.
Martha, this is not unusual.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
This is not unusual that they try to blame you for this. It's not unusual. What I really want to know, did your insurance company agree with them or not?
That's what my insurance is telling me, because I have a liability, and then the guy has to do my car for me, one who hit me. And I've called them. They said
but
me.
But does your
they
insurance company, Martha, I'm going to try this one more time. Is your insurance company on your side, or is your insurance company saying it is your fault? What is your insurance company saying?
They are saying the people said. That's what they told me.
All right. But did your insurance company give their own opinion?
No, they haven't yet.
Okay, gotcha. Now, here's what you need to do, Martha. Did at the day of this accident, did you take any pictures?
Yes, please, I did.
Good. Does the picture show clearly that someone hit you from behind?
Yes.
What did the cop give you a ticket for? Was it for following too closely?
Yeah, that's what they said, yeah.
Okay. Did the person in front of you get a ticket?
Yes, they gave all of us.
Were there 3 of you all together?
That's what. So I asked the police why the ticket and said, "You guys are following too close." That's what she
Okay,
told
I got it. Martha, so right now, your insurance is not going to pay for your car. Do you have collision coverage?
No.
So you will have to get the insurance behind you to cover you, and they're saying, no, it was your fault. So I'm going to tell you what to do, and you got to listen carefully, okay? Number one, go and get 3 estimates to fix your car.
3 what? Please come back again.
3 estimates, 3 guesses on what it's going to cost.
Estimate.
Okay? Go to 3 shops.
Mm-hmm.
Now listen carefully. You want to throw out the highest, and you want to throw out the lowest, and you want to go with the middle price.
Okay.
And then when you get that middle price, let's say it's going to be $2,000. Then you sue that other driver in small claims court directly. Do not deal with the other person's insurance company. The person behind you that hit you, was it a man or a woman?
He was a young guy.
Okay.
A man.
Then you're going to sue this young man directly in small claims court. Did you get his name and address?
Yeah, I have his address and then
Martha,
his
put your
insurance.
friend back on the phone real quick.
Okay.
Put Julie back.
Hi, Tom.
Julie, listen carefully.
I'm
I
back.
think this woman has a good case against the other driver. It doesn't matter what his insurance says. His insurance is going to try to say anything to get out of it. So what she should do is get 3 estimates for her car, throw out the highest and the lowest, take the middle estimate, and sue that person, that driver, help her sue that person in small claims court. Here's what's going to happen. That person is going to get really pissed off and yell at his insurance company to take care of it. You do not have to deal with the other person's insurance company ever. Here's the fact. She was rear-ended. There's no reason for it, and she wants to sue for damages. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, will do free market valuations for your home for the asking. You want to know what it will sell for, you ask Frank. There's no obligation whatsoever. 303-920-1622. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com.
Regen Revolution has helped me so much in terms of getting mobile and active again, and now they'll be helping me and you at their new location near Old Town in Arvada. It's an expanded facility, so an even better version of the great care you've come to know from Regen Revolution. The combination of regenerative medicine and more traditional treatment modalities have gotten me back to being able to play sports and exercise in ways I thought I might never do again. Learn more at regenrev.com. That's REGENREV.com.
I want to tell you about Sheridan Auto Tech, because so many people that should be taking advantage of this $120 used car checkout before you buy it, they don't do it. And so many people end up burned. Now, yes, they do other repairs and maintenance for people all day long. I go there. Everyone I know goes there. Here's the deal. They also do pre-checkups, pre-buy checkups for used cars. So that's what I'm talking about today. They go through every system of that used car for $120. 303-455-7242. SheridanAutotech.com. Hey, Gravina's has 50 lines of windows. You want to talk variety. You want to talk heritage. The heritage of the Gravina family going back to the 60s. These guys on 950 West Evans carry on the original Gravina family business. That's 950 West Evans. Gravina's And you can get them at 303 Gravina, 303-472-8462 or gravinas.com.
Location near you. Surgery to support the people.
Our next update at noon. I'm checking that up for a second. The Middle East correspondent for the Roskowski. Joel Rosenberg is. It's the last of my contract play. Men's up next for a short show.
Hey, bro.
I think I overdid it with cream this time.
Oh, I don't care. Thank you. Oh, yeah.
Hi, is this Barbara?
Do you ever sometimes also?
Hi, Barbara. This is Kelly. I'm calling from the Tom Martino Troubleshooter Show. And you had reached out because you're having an issue with an HOA?
Spending some time with me today. I'm Ross, back from vacation. Thank you, Joel. Appreciate it. All right.
Oh, okay, so it's resolved? So you've got an issue with the crawl space. Okay, Barbara, hang on for me, and we'll get you over to Tom as soon as possible. Okay? All right, hang on. Good afternoon. Thanks for calling the Tom Martino Show. Yes, from Denver Regenerative. It's called Denver Regenerative. They use a compounding pharmacy.
10 seconds here, Tom.
No problem.
All Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. All right, who should I take next here? Peggy. Hey, Peggy, what's happening?
Okay, this is what happened. I did end up kind of getting my way.
Oh, is this
but
where
I
you
wanted
had? Hold
to-
on, I wanted to find out. Is this the terrible sewage smell in your apartment?
Yes.
And Bo went out and verified it, and he contacted authorities. The Colorado Department of Health went out to investigate, and we are awaiting their findings. So go ahead and tell us what's going on.
Okay, I did get to meet that gentleman. I've also had Colby out here. Colby works, has his own HVAC company, and he works where I work. And the smell was getting in my system. I'm a 30-year cancer patient, and I'm still doing chemotherapy.
Wait a minute.
And
Whoa,
it was getting in my
whoa,
system.
Peggy. What do you mean it's getting into your system? It's making you sick?
Yes.
Now, Peggy,
And
I want to know
think
something about
probably-
this. I want to know something about the smell. Did they
Okay.
find out where it's coming from?
They have not given me that information as yet. I
Has
haven't heard from anyone since they...
Has anything been rectified? Has anything been fixed at all?
No, as a matter of fact, what they tried to do was move me into the apartment below me, which has mold.
Okay, Peggy.
And I
Peggy,
put
do you
the
want
foot on.
to just leave the entire complex?
I'm leaving it.
So what do you need us to do
I'm
for
leaving
you?
it.
What do you need us to do for you if you're leaving?
Okay, the truth of the matter is, Bo asked me to call in. I just wanted to call in and say what happened and how it came out. But I wanted
But
to
it didn't come
applaud
out.
you guys.
They basically did nothing.
Well, no, they haven't done anything to the building that I know of. They definitely have not been in my apartment since it's been, checked.
Okay, but the
No one
Colorado
has come
Department
here.
of Health did go out and investigate.
Yes, they did, Mr. Nathaniel Rosenberg.
And did he say what
Public
they're going to
health
do?
investigation.
Okay, did you hear back from them?
Not yet. All he told me when he left here was that he was going to continue the investigation.
Okay, thank you, Peggy. Thank you. So Peggy wanted us to know the state guy did show up. Thank you, Peggy. And we need to check with Bo so he can check with the state. Nate has a question. Go ahead about Vestera Turnkey, I believe he's talking about. Go ahead, Nate.
Yeah, hi, Tom.
Hi, Nate.
Two questions.
Yes.
The first, hi. First question is, do you know if any of the, the purchases have ever had the loans called on them? And
Okay.
the reason I'm asking that question is I was thinking about the second question is, what if, had you thought about purchasing something full up with cash rather than a loan?
Okay, Nate. The first question, has a loan ever been called? And I've had extensive discussions with Barry about the loans, performance, shortfalls, all that. No loans have ever been accelerated or called. Now, Nate, I want to mention something to you. When you go into Vestera Turnkey, they set up one investor with one property. The investor puts up cash for the down payment and takes out the loan. Barry and his team, the management company manages it, and Barry doesn't own that. That's a pass-through fee. What Barry does is then researches the market to what to charge rents and what to sell the house for and when to sell it. So that's all. And then he takes your daily phone calls if you have any. So now we're sitting on a house, and then you have an additional question. So you have a house, you have a loan, it's being managed. So what would your next concern be after that?
So the next question was, have you thought about, on your side with not so much Vestera, but the LLCs that you're putting together, purchasing any of those with all
cash,
rather than having a loan for them?
Okay,
all cash.
There is a principle. There is a principle in investing called leverage. Okay, and you make higher returns always when it's not your money or when you're borrowing the money. Now, I understand. I'm not telling people to go out and get in debt and invest money. That's stupid because there's no sure thing. You could lose it all. But the principle is solid. If you take $100,000 and want to invest it, and you knew for sure, for example, if you invested day 1, on day 10, it would be worth more. Then if you absolutely knew that, then on day 1, you would want to make as much as that $100,000 borrowed as possible, so long as the cost of borrowing does not exceed the rate of return. So with Vestera, you want to use leverage. You don't want to tie up your cash. And I'll tell you why. In my opinion, there's no reason to. However, you could absolutely, positively do the same exact investment with cold, hard cash. You absolutely can. But, Nate, I choose not to do it that way because, 1, I have the borrowing power. 2, I have the principal set aside for an emergency so I can pay it off if I needed to. So 3, I want to take advantage of borrowed money making money because the returns far exceed the 6% I'm paying to borrow the money. So in my case, I'd rather borrow the money. I don't advise that people borrow money to invest if the money cannot be secured. So a house secures the money. So when I borrow money against a house, that house is secured. 97% of the time, if a loan is called or a loan is defaulted on, there is no consequence to the borrower except the borrower gets a ding on their credit. But the banks hardly ever have to go after borrowers because there's enough equity in the house to sell it and pay off the loan in a foreclosure sale. You see, we got all out of shape one time during the big recession when people were buying beyond appraised values and when banks were lending on stupid numbers. So in almost every case, there were deficiency judgments against individuals. That's not happening anymore. So, Nate, if you bought a house 100% cash with Vestera, you would still make tremendous returns. But you will make those same returns if you have a mortgage on the house. So if the mortgage is 100% backed up by the house, my question would be, why would you tie up cash? So I'm going to ask you, why would you tie up cash to do it?
Well, originally my philosophy was that 100% of the foreclosures are on houses with mortgages. But if it's never happened,
well, hold on, Nate.
If that's
Nate,
never happened,
Nate.
with Vestera,
First of all, a house would be for. Let's just go right to that. Let's say that you're going to go into Vestera, and you know the house is going to be foreclosed on. Okay, for some reason it was a bad deal, and the house, whatever. What I'm saying to you is that what you said was kind of weird. You said there's never been most foreclosures happen with loans on them. That's the only way there can be a foreclosure is a bad loan or a mechanic's lien or something that's unpaid. But Nate, you have to understand something. The house that I bought, for example, through Vestera, this most recent one, that will be transferred to the LLC. That house came out of the gate appraising.
By the way, I'm a partner.
Yeah, I know. It came out of the gate appraising for $7,000 or $8,000 more than I bought it for. And number 2, they're already selling for more. Number 3, the loan is only 70%. What are the chances that that house won't cover a bad loan? I mean, what I'm saying to you is, if you buy right, if you buy correctly, and you do conventional financing, you will almost never, ever have to worry about it. the house will always cover the loan. Otherwise, banks would never make a loan. Banks are in the business of winning. And so the idea that a foreclosure ends up with any personal liability is so ludicrous. We got skewed on that. We started believing that all foreclosures meant financial judgments against borrowers, when really almost never does that happen. We just got skewed for a weird few years in the mid 80s where they were not mid 80s, in the mid 2000 from 2000 to 2010, they were borrowing sometimes 125% of what something was worth. Think about that. A loan, if you had a $100,000 home, the mortgage you could get would be more than you would be like as if you had a house worth $125,000. It was ridiculous. So what I'm saying is this: you only use loans when they're guaranteed. That's it. And then it would be foolish not to use a loan. There would be no reason. For example, in this case, it would make not a dime more if we used a loan or if we used cash. But you see, I do loans in a different way than most people. I do loans when I have first, the collateralized asset will cover the loan, and second, I have the loan balance personally squirreled away. So I have double redundancy. Not double redundancy, but I have redundancy. And I can pay it off no matter what. I'm Tom Martino. We have more coming up.
Okay, yeah.
This is Denver's talk station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon. 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
Denver highways are in good shape for your lunchtime drive with just a few issues. An accident on southbound I-225 is on the shoulder after Parker Road. That's causing some minor delays. And an earlier accident was in the left lane of southbound C-470 after Alameda. No problems getting through there now. Northbound and southbound I-25 are delay-free in the metro area and no slowing on I-70 locally. Both directions of I-70 are closed in Idaho Springs for rock scaling. With traffic, I'm Dave O'Brien.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll tell the story of Amy Semple McPherson and how the modern megachurch came to be. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
Red Rocks Roof and Solar is a company I totally trust in the solar business. They don't just sell solar systems. They also install them and service them and have components to help them keep running, whether they install them or not. They're a real solar company, not just, wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. At the end of the door, they leave. They don't just sell these contracts. They fulfill the contracts. Almost everyone selling solar does not do that. They stand alone. 303-704-2449. When you want a real solar company, redrocksrs.com.
Hard work. Hey, Tom?
Yes, sir.
Barry called from Vestera. He said he was listening and had a couple of things if you wanted him.
He can jump in anytime he wants. Have him call in.
Yeah, he's on hold right now.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Say goodbye to dealerships and private sale tire kickers when you sell your car to GiveMeTheVin.com. Now we're even better with the GiveMeTheVin.com big cash giveaway. Win $25 grand in cash every month. Sell us your cars to increase your odds of winning. No purchase necessary. For official rules, go to GiveMeTheVin.com. How do you preserve your wealth and live the lifestyle you've always wanted to? Tune in to the Asset Prevention Hour with Stuart Willis weekly here on.
Thanks for calling Troubleshooter Show. Please hold a moment.
Cherish our values, right? Suppose you were injured in a car crash. and you lost the use of your right arm for 2 months. What's the dollar value of that? What if you lost the use of your right arm for 6 months? You couldn't use it at all. What's the value of that for 6 months? How about for 1 year? Same question. How about you're injured in this car crash and you lost the use of your right arm forever? It's a forever injury. It's permanent. What's the value of that? The value of injuries are what insurance companies deal with every day. You let us, Bell and Pollock, fight for your value, for your injuries. Go to championsofthepeople.com and we'll help you.
This is Mandy Connell for the law firm of Bell and Pollock. Get your free legal game plan. Call 303-795-5900. That's 303-795-5900. Or visit championsofthepeople.com.
Right now, we could all use some extra cash. So why not?
Barry called in on the hotline, so that's what that is. You may want to fill in the rest of his stuff on the call screener because I know nothing about all of his other numbers.
Okay.
And line 1 is new.
Okay. Ella's jewelry because I've known David for years. I trust him. You can too. 2640 East 3rd Avenue. That's 3rd and Main. 303-322-8779. 322-8770.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Are they promising you up to 10% growth per
Ask Barry just to wait a sec for this woman, and I'll have him on.
You got it, buddy.
I want to take her. Okay, good. Are you having
Barry? Does look like Tom does want to get to you, but he's going to get through a caller first and then get to you, okay?
I got down to, but I'm not sure.
All right, thanks, buddy. Hang on.
Like, I'm trying to.
Good afternoon. Thanks for calling the Tom Martino Show.
Like, I'm trying to think. There's just certain. Just moves in and out. Like what it wants. I can't even.
Oh, Phil Lazera?
I never knew what that meant, Cravens. Did you ever know what that meant? Do you have them? Okay, you do. So I'm trying to think.
Hang on for me, okay? What's your name?
Something that appeals to me right now. But I don't.
Thanks for calling Troubleshooter Show. Please
right.
hold a moment.
Hang on for me.
Fried chicken. But, like just a 2-piece, like a maybe original recipe. I don't want all that bread and stuff, but your recipe, like chicken. Do you want me to order something that people like to do? No, but I think we could probably polish off a little bucket. Is what I'm thinking. So let me see. So I just.
Good afternoon. Thanks for calling the Tom Martino Show. This is Kelly. I'm sorry, did you say Brian or Ryan? Oh, Ernie, hi.
Oh, boy.
It's amazing.
I'm doing well, thanks, Ernie. How are you?
10 seconds, guys.
I think organization.
Auto accident? Get the right lawyer on your side. Call Fuller.com.
Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
Hello, I'm Tom Martino. You're a troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Barbara has a issue with a crawl space in her home. Hey, Barbara, what's going on with the crawl space?
Okay, the crawl space has been taken care of.
Okay.
I had a routine maintenance done, and now that they did the work, what I want to do is have it inspected to make sure everything was taken care of.
Okay, now Barbara's calling about.
Because it was such a mess.
Yeah, and you're calling about a crawl space, and there was some kind of issue.
There was mold, mushrooms,
yeah,
insects.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I believe that Deputy Bo was spearheading this. And what do you want, and what can we do to allay your concern? What do you want right now?
Oh, okay. So now they say it's all right. Everything's done.
Right.
What I want to do is have somebody come in and do an inspection to make sure that it was
like
done
an official
correctly.
inspection, you mean, or something? Or why don't you believe? Why don't you believe him?
Well, I've had issues with them
Yeah,
before.
but do you smell anything?
And
I
I've
mean,
called
what does it
you
look like
before
to
on
you?
it.
What does it look like to you on the surface?
Well, that's the whole thing. Another thing is I can't go down there. I could probably stick my head down there, but I can't go down and look.
Okay.
So that's the problem I have. Yeah, I have health issues, so I can't go down there anymore.
Okay. I'll have Deputy Bo contact you. Maybe he'll go out and look. What part of town are you in?
Okay. Aurora, South Aurora.
Okay. I'm going to have Deputy Bo go out and take a look at that because he's been working with you.
Okay.
He's pretty damn good at all that. He's been in business a long time. He's been in the HVAC business, but he can take a look at that. Kachina, could we ask him to check with her? Because I think he's been handling this case anyway from the start.
Sure.
Somebody, okay, there's Patrick wants to give some props to Joe Lazzara. What the heck's going on, man?
Hey, I actually called you a couple weeks ago, and you were like, yeah, you sound a little crazy, man, but everyone gets their chance to be heard, so here's my lawyer. And I just want to say thank you, man. Like,
Now,
I couldn't
Patrick,
have, I
can
wouldn't
you
have got
tell
heard
me,
without...
Patrick, can you tell me what the original problem was?
I was arrested for a fake warrant.
Okay.
Or
I remember.
allegation.
Do you remember this
I was
called
arrested on
D?
FTA.
Yeah, I listened to that original
Yeah,
call. So Patrick was arrested, but his biggest problem than that was that while cleaning up a neighborhood lake, Patrick ended up with a couple of crack pipes and some baggies of alleged methamphetamines.
That's right.
And so that's a much bigger problem than the warrant was. So that's why he ended up getting referred to Joe Lazzara. What did Joe have to say about your case?
What went on?
I just left his office. He sat down with me, and I showed him all of my information, and he kind of looked at me, and he goes, well, you've already been tried for this case, so you are correct, and you're not crazy. And then he gave me some other legal tips on how to maneuver the system, but all in all, he assured me that the paperwork I have, I'm looking at correctly, and I am dissecting in the right manner.
Good.
And just need to present it.
And
he
put your mind at ease, right?
Oh, 100%.
Well, thank you for
100%.
calling. Thank you for calling. Lazzara Legal, Lazzara, Lazzara Legal. I tell you, he's a good guy, down to earth. He'll talk to you. 303-429-6200. And he'll do free initial consultations and flat rate pricing.
Can we get him on the show sometime?
Oh, yeah. We try to get, he's so damn busy, it's hard to get him on. Now, let me bring up Barry Miller. So the guy called in and asked about, hey, why don't you buy these houses cash and do it cash instead of, taking out a loan? And I say because it's better leveraged if you use a loan. And, there's nothing wrong with loans on real estate when they're done properly. I mean, the only time we've ever had problems with loans and deficiencies were during the Great Recession when they were loaning on fictitious values. So, Barry, what did you want to add to that? Barry Miller is the founder of Vestera Turnkey. Go ahead, Barry.
Yeah, Tom, thanks. Yeah, I was listening to Nate, and I mean, his thoughts were, interesting and good to bring out. The however is two things. At Vestera, we have a preventative research department that is always looking for the strong areas, and the loans then can be in such a strong position so the owner can gain so much money. We don't just stop, you buy the home and then you're on your own. But the other point is this: mathematically, anyone's much better off putting 25% down and buying 4 very safe and secure homes, because you pointed out, well, the value is going to go up whether it's cash or with a loan. Why not spread the money out? Like you said, leverage it, but the mathematical facts are buy 4 homes, be just as safe, have positive cash flow, and make 4 times the kind of wealth that our customers at Vestera are making.
You know, it's that simple. See, here's the deal. What Barry is doing, and you have to know this, what his biggest value is in the buying of that home. That now, obviously, he helps you sell it too, and they negotiate great deals. But his superpower is finding the best deals. This house that I bought, they're already selling for more already, and the appraisal in just the time I've been under contract has gone up like $8,000. I mean, think about that.
Well, yep.
So I don't know how you do it, Barry. No, I'm serious. You find great buys in great markets with great rents, and you know when to sell them. I just want to know this. This is what I think selfishly. How long can this go on? Are there always going to be pockets in the country worth buying? And I mean, really, does it ever get to a point where there's really no good buys, no good markets for upside?
There are points in our country's time when there are no markets that are worth buying with the same viewpoint, but those times statistically happen once every 60 years.
Yeah.
That's been the history of our country.
And we've been stung
So
here.
always,
We've been stung here in Colorado in the
Yeah.
mid-'80s,
Yeah.
and then the beginning of 2000 to 2010.
2008.
Yep. It was terrible.
Yep. And it was terrible. And yet, what's good about Vestera, we have the preventative research that points those things out 6 to 18 months before they become a real balloon or a real problem for lots of people, and we have our people sell beforehand.
So listen, Barry.
So we have the
while you're on, let's
preventative
plug
research.
While you're on, let's plug your seminar.
Oh, sure.
Go ahead, sir.
Well, Tom and I are having a seminar. It's a Vestera seminar, Saturday, April 5th at 10 a.m. in the morning. It's free, 45 minutes, an hour and a half of great information with Tom and Barry. We'll be covering how Vestera works for you. Look, we have the proven program. Consumers have the personal power of doing whatever they want to, including nothing with their money. But this program points out how you could have 40, 45, 50, 55% returns and do it very safely. So an hour and a half starting at 10 a.m. You have to have reservations, but it's easy. It's free. Just go to mybigestreturn.com, www.mybigestreturn.com, and register. It's filling up. We're approaching being full.
Thank you, sir. We have more coming right up.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
Pretty calm driving throughout the Denver Metro for this Monday afternoon commute. One incident through the Jeffco area off Highway Kipling northbound, a crash at Mississippi. We're seeing slow traffic back from Florida on northbound Kipling, but otherwise not really affecting traffic. I-25 north and southbound showing highway speeds through town. I-70 east and westbound easy driving through the Metro. Some slowdowns on I-70 east and westbound through Idaho Springs. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
Have you ever wondered about the origin of wokeness? Red Pilled America's 5-part series digs deep into the origin of wokeness and how this ideology took root in America. Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeartRadio app. That's Red Pilled America, a storytelling show.
888heating.com pledges the lowest prices anywhere when it comes to replacing your high efficiency, or replacing with a high efficiency heater or air. And right now, a lot of people are looking toward the heating season coming up, the cooling season. And you really want one of these beauties. And they can do it cheaper and better than most. So if you're looking at a high efficiency and you compare prices, you're going to end up going to 888heating.com. So why not just book right now and get ahead of the crowd? 303-770-2776. You know, RenewHomeInnovations.com, the most beautiful bath conversions I have ever seen. I'm serious. They have pure porcelain walls. Now you can get them in white or veined or waved. You can get your whole bathroom backsplashes done to match your shower. You can even have kitchens done. Renew Home Innovations. When you see these beautiful big walk-in showers, you're going to wonder, how did I live without them? It looks so luxurious, like you're at a spa. And you get it done in just 2 or 3 days, and you have months and months to pay. They have financing options, including no interest. RenewHomeInnovations.com for solid porcelain. And that is 303-904-2000. Okay, I'm trying to find. There we are. DoorDash. You stupid son of a bitch. Why can't I find this fucking doctor? God damn it. I'm trying to make a referral for someone, for this great guy I knew. I can't find him. I wonder if he's still there.
Click on GalaxyConcreteCoatings.com and remember to like us on Facebook. GalaxyConcreteCoatings.com. We are out of this world. Men,
God damn.
Really what you want with your sex life. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. And if erectile dysfunction is making a bad bedroom experience for you and your partner, you should call us because you want your intimacy to be fantastic, both for you and the one you love. At Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, our treatments have success rates well over 90%. And because we're a medical practice focused on men's sexual health, we can offer many treatment options and even combine treatments to find the right one for you. Which means if you're like most of our patients, we can likely get you performing like you haven't in years. So make an appointment and make a change from good enough to really good. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work, medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, a Promenic restorative health practice.
Your neighbor Lynn loves spring in Colorado, but she hates the paint, so she called Rhino Shield.
The house was built 42 years ago, and the paint was flicking off. And I just saw the commercials on TV for Rhino Shield, that it was guaranteed for like 25 years. I thought, well, let me just give them a call.
Rhino Shield ceramic technology is specifically formulated for our unique climate right here in Colorado, and it's Class 1 fire rated.
We did the Rhino Shield. I did the roof line, and I had several fridge doors, out the windows, so they did the Rhino Shield and the garage door.
Right now, Colorado, you can get the 25-year guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield for 15% off the regular price.
I would highly recommend Rhino Shield. Is a very good company. Oh, your neighbors, they were all impressed with it. And I said, well, Rhino Shield, I've got their phone number.
Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 844-317-4466. That's 844-31-RHINO or RhinoShieldCO.com.
Get ready as iHeartRadio teams up with the ultimate countdown king. It's Rick D's.
I wonder how I find out where am I.
Free. Get the soundtrack of your life. Search me, Rick D's, on your free iHeartRadio app and listen now.
Grateful for President
10 seconds, guys.
Place.
The next 4 years.
For your kind of talk.
Just going to be incredible.
Can't wait.
Denver's talk station.
A nice, healthy conversation.
Definitely moving in the right direction.
630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. Okay. Our calls, we have open lines right now. So give us a call at 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. And it gives me a chance to address, man, the show's been going crazy since hour 1. And there are some things I want to talk about. And one has to do, I did not mean, if I was disrespectful to that guy, I didn't mean it, by the way. The guy told him about his water heater, okay? He wants to get the word out. He owns a home with his ex-wife. His ex-wife called the plumber. Applewood came out and replaced the water heater for more than 10 grand. He is outraged. He called them and they reduced it by 2,000. He still thinks it's overpriced. And he made a comment. I'm in a professional trade group and I know plenty. He said 80% of them, or I don't know, something. I don't know. Or at least 3 of them could have done this for $3,000. Now, I don't doubt we can always find someone to do something for less money or more money. But something that I really want to address. Right now, pricing seems to be outrageous. For me too. I'm not telling you that I like paying $5 grand or 6 or 8 or 10 for a water heater. I think is ridiculous. But those are the going prices. Companies have really, really been bombarded with what they have to do to stay in business. And then they pass it on to the consumer. And are they making more and more profit? Yeah, they are. Many of them are. Look, I can't address that. What I care about is honesty and integrity. But I do think there's a point of pricing, of price gouging. There is. And I think what happens is, because we're tossing up our hands saying, that's just the way it is, that all of these people, kind of like the airlines, when all the rates go up, all the rates go up. When they go down, they go down. All I'm saying is I do believe you have to shop. The problem is many of them do not tell you prices on the phone. But if they come to your home and you don't like the price, you don't have to go with it. You can call someone else. Now, my people don't like that. They don't like wasting their time and money. But you have to still do that. Everyone gives you a price up front before the work is done. If you're uncomfortable, don't do it. And what you should do is research it before you need it. Like before you have to say yes or no, before you call someone, then you'll know the price that they present you is outrageous or not. More coming up.
Bit about it. We are a call-in radio show, so we only do on-air calls. So you would have to go on air in order to get any free advice or help from our experts.
Learn more about your favorite teams and earn more, like unlimited 3% cash back on dining, entertainment, and grocery stores. So enjoy the game.
Okay. All right. Well, you're welcome to call back once you, talk to your lawyer.
Capital One. What's in your wallet?
No problem.
Check the mail for Valpak, and you could be an instant winner. That's right. Tucked in with those coupons is your chance to win big. From cash and gift cards to attraction and concert tickets. Every month is something new with prizes for the whole family. Go ahead, open that blue envelope of savings to see if you won. Because with Valpak...
Is Mark there or did he leave? Oh, he's gone.
I'm not sure if he actually had to go take care of his car.
How are my morons doing? Yo, morons, how's it going? Moans, baby. Okay, I will. Okay, Tim, why don't you call in and plug the Discord? Go ahead and do it, man. We'll talk about it.
Nazis got better treatment under the Alien Enemy Act than is happening here, where the proclamation required a promulgation of regulations, and they had a hearing board before people were removed.
The DOJ disputing the judge's account. Fire crews in North Carolina working to gain ground on major wildfires burning across the state. Other areas of the country bracing for possible snow this week. This is ABC News. Police in New Mexico say 4 suspects have been arrested on multiple murder charges.
Hey, Rob.
At a park in Las Cruces this weekend, this is Alex Stone, has more.
Among the
the four now under arrest. 2 are 17 years old and 1 is 15 years old, accused of opening fire during a fight at an unsanctioned car show at a park on Friday night. 3 people were killed, 19 and 18-year-old men and a 16-year-old boy. 15 more were injured. Richard Garcia attended a vigil in Las Cruces on Saturday night.
I'm here today to say prayers for the family, to say prayers for the healing.
Alex Stone, EBC News.
Later this week, Second Lady Usha Banks will make a visit to Greenland along with National Security Advisor Mike Waltz and Energy Secretary Chris Wright. That trip upsetting Greenland's government and some residents after claims from President Trump that the U.S. could take control of Greenland due to national security issues. Greenland voters recently said, "We're not for sale." Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
At Social Security, we are always thinking of ways to save you time and make things easier. That's why we created My Social Security. Opening a My Social Security account gives you secure access to your personal record and interactive tools tailored for you. You can see if you are eligible to receive benefits, view spousal benefit estimates, and compare retirement benefit estimates at different ages or dates when you want to start receiving benefits. Already receiving benefits? Use your account to change your address, set up or change direct deposit, get a proof of income letter, and more. In most states, you can also request a replacement Social Security card. Save time. Go online. Open a My Social Security account at ssa.gov/myaccount. Social Security. Securing today and tomorrow. Produced at U.S. taxpayer expense.
KHOW News Time, 103. President Trump is not pleased with his official portrait in the Colorado State Capitol building. Yesterday, Trump made a Truth Social post ripping the portrait, calling it purposefully distorted, among other things. Trump blames the portrait on Governor Jared Polis, calling on him to take it down, and says the governor should be ashamed of himself. But it was actually Republicans who led efforts to get Trump's portrait hanging in the state capitol back in 2018. Republican State Senator Kevin Grantham raised $10,000 for the effort on GoFundMe. The painting has been on display in the Capitol since 2019. It's going to be a warm week along the Front Range.
Temperatures today are going to be in the low 70s. Lots of sunshine, but still a little breezy. Wind dies down for Tuesday, and then we've got a warm-up coming in Wednesday at 75, near 80 on Thursday. And we're going to stay warm through the whole week with a cool down and maybe some rain just in time for the weekend.
That's Fox 31 meteorologist Kylie Burse. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic. This report is sponsored by Taking a Walk Podcast.
Pretty easy driving throughout the Denver Metro for the 1 o'clock hour commute. I-25 north and southbound turning Highway 2 through town as well as up north into the Fort Collins area and down south to Colorado Springs as well. Back to town, I-70 east and westbound flowing free through the Metro. Same can't be said out west into the High Country. We're still seeing those intermittent closures on I-70 east and westbound through the Veterans Memorial Tunnel for rock scaling operations. With traffic, I'm Mark Mager.
I'm Buzz Knight, the host of the Taking a Walk podcast, and join me for an episode with founding member of the Doobie Brothers, Patrick Simmons, talking about their new album, Walk This Road. Listen to Taking a Walk on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Our iHeartRadio Music Awards celebrated the music and artists you've loved listening to all year on iHeartRadio. Brought to you by G.
It's now streaming on Hulu for a limited time.
Bad Bunny,
Billie Eilish,
Glorilla,
Kenny Chesney,
Money Long,
Nelly,
your host, LL Cool J,
plus Lady Gaga,
Mariah Carey,
Gracie Abrams,
and iHeartRadio's Tour of the Century Award, honoring Taylor Swift, the Eras Tour.
Our 2025 iHeartRadio Music
I ordered.
Streaming now on Hulu.
Are you the breadwinner in your house? Life insurance covers the cost of living in case you're not there to provide. Are you a stay-at-home parent? Then consider life insurance to protect your loved ones too. Most people don't know if you have term life insurance, you may be paying too much. Term life insurance rates are at historic lows. There's actually a price war among the top insurance companies. Call Term Busters and get a free quote fast. Term Busters will do all the hard work of comparing rates from top carriers to get you the best coverage at the lowest rates possible. Right now, a healthy 45-year-old non-smoking male can lock in $500,000 in coverage at just $55 a month for 20 years. That's right, level rate for 20 years. Smokers can get good rates too. Call now for your free rate quote, 800-200-3070. That's 800-200-3070. Stop paying too much for life insurance. Call Term Busters now, Sample rate for preferred non-smoker rate class. Exam required to qualify.
10 seconds, guys.
Hours. Representative Jim Jordan, House Judiciary Committee Chair, will come on and talk about that. Plus, Kay Smythe on a Monday on the Joe Pag Show. Tonight from 6 to 9 on 630 KHOW. Yeah.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hello, Tom Martino here, fighting for you. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. We love helping where we can. We help people with all kinds of problems, questions, and complaints. So all you have to do is give us a call, and we'd be happy to help you. Today, very many interesting calls. The main theme, well, there hasn't been one main theme, but there are a few things that have come up that I want to talk about. One had the principle of being in an accident and not agreeing with insurance companies. You have to understand something. When you are injured in an accident, whether they say it's your fault or not, hire a personal injury attorney, okay? If you're truly injured, don't ever try to do that alone. Start by calling John Fuller, 303-597-4500, okay? Then talk to him. The next thing you do is you then try to figure out what your next step is, okay? But if you're not injured and you have property damage, you're not going to hire an attorney for that. There's no car in the world you're going to hire an attorney. So if somebody rear ends you or hits you in the side and they say you came up too fast and I did that, so they're trying to blame you for them hitting you, but you believe it's their fault. No matter what the police say, no matter what anyone says, if you have evidence to the contrary, either dash footage or some pictures you took, you can clearly see it was a rear end collision, and you know, and it's just your word against their word. You never have to go by what their insurance says. So you say, no, it's your fault. Now, if Joe Schmo says it's not my fault, and you say it is, just sue Joe Schmo in small claims court. Don't worry about his insurance. His insurance is going to call you and threaten you. Say, well, we're going to countersue, or we're going to do this, or we're going to do that. It doesn't matter. You sue that person in small claims court. You hope you can get it fixed for the $7,500 limit. You still sue him even if you can't, because what that will prompt Joe Schmo to do, and what he must do by law, is contact his insurance company. And then his insurance company must by law represent him. So they're going to talk to you about settlement. They're not going to ignore you. But if it's less than you want, you go right back to small claims court. So you never have to deal with the other person's insurance company. Too many times, we feel we must talk to the other person's insurance company. There is no law or regulation or anything that says we must talk to them ever. If they call us and say, we want to question you about the accident, you tell them, put your questions in writing and I will respond in writing. There, you're not refusing. You're simply telling them you're not going to be interviewed, because they will purposely try to trip you up in a recording, purposely. So when it gets time to really fight this, they will use that recording against you. Always. Never talk to an insurance company. In fact, I say never even talk to your own insurance company. What I tell my own insurance company is submit your questions in writing. So that's a big deal. We talk a lot about what to do when we're in an accident and it's he said, she said. And that's all the more reason you should have a dash cam. That dash cam would show if Martha pressed on her brake too fast or something like that. Now, the next thing. What about being charged $10,000 for a water heater? or 15 grand for a water heater, or being charged whatever for whatever. You can't complain after, well, you can, but it's not going to do you good to complain after the work is done. You simply have to know that there are going to be certain prices charged for certain things. So do some research, even artificial intelligence. Ask them, what is the reasonable cost or what's the average price? I'm going to ask that. I'm going to ask that right now. What is the average price, okay, for a water heater, a 50-gallon water heater? Let's say that. For a 50-gallon water heater. This guy was charged over 10 grand, or his wife was. I don't mind him. I don't blame him for being upset. We get upset because it's expensive. But unfortunately, these companies are charging these outrageous numbers. Applewood Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric, they're the most expensive company in town, by far. The number one most expensive company that I have found. So, am I saying they're bad? No. Am I saying you should avoid them? No. But you know this, you're going to pay out the nose. You know who else is expensive? Brothers is expensive. Yeah. Are they bad? No. Plumbline is not cheap. Fix It 24/7, they're more reasonable, but they're all going to be high priced. These are companies I like. Okay, what are you going to do about it? I mean, you're going to find this all the time. So what is the average price for a 50-gallon water heater installed in Denver? Okay, so there. I'm going to ask that question right now to see what AI says. The average price. Okay, now, this is the most outrageous thing I've ever heard in my life. I mean, I can't even believe this. And I will be disingenuous if I don't read it to you. I absolutely, there's not one company, not one that does this. They say the average price for a 50-gallon water heater, including installation, typically ranges from $1,200 to $2,500, $1,200 to $2,500 in the Denver area. Now, I swear to God, listen to this. Listen to what they say. Real examples in Denver as of 2025. You're not going to believe what this says. I swear to God, I'm not making this up. The first example they give Applewood Plumbing. Here's what they say. A 50-gallon A.O. Smith or Bradford White at Applewood Plumbing is $1,800 to $2,200. And it includes upgraded parts and longer warranties. Am I dreaming? This person called complaining about Applewood Plumbing. And Applewood Plumbing charged $10,000. And right on artificial intelligence, it's telling me that Applewood is a real life example. Show me. I want to know. It says Applewood. Show me proof that Applewood pricing. Because I don't understand how they can say that. This is the guy's calling about Applewood, and when I ask artificial intelligence who does it cheaper, they say Applewood. It says here, Applewood Plumbing and Heating does not publicly list pricing for water heater installations. However, various customer reports provide insight. It said $3,000 for a 14-year-old water heater to have that replaced. It was $3,000. $13,000 in June of 2024. They were charged $13,000 for a 40-gallon water heater. Well, then why did you say that Applewood does it for $1,200 to $2,200? Then it says $5,690 was an invoice for a 40-gallon heater in November of 2024. Okay, so artificial intelligence is absolutely mistaken when it says that a typical price for a water heater is between $1,200 and $2,500. I don't think there is anywhere in the city you can get a water heater installed, 50-gallon for $2,500. I don't think there is. So I'm going to explore this more. Harry, you have a question about eviction. What is your question?
Yes, I have a deaf son, and deaf people don't work in the same boarding that we do. He refused to do a renewal lease because it was too expensive, and he was given 90 days to get out. I just found out about this about a month and a half ago.
Hold on. When was this? Hold on. Hold on, Harry. When did he refuse to sign the release? When did he say, I don't want to renew?
It must have been around January because he got a letter on January 9th, I think, that said he had 90 days to get out, and they gave him a date of the 30th of April.
Okay.
And so, all right, so I don't think I can get him out by then. And so what recourse does the landlord have if he's not out by that date right now?
All right, I'll tell you exactly what that is. Hang on. I want to go through it with detail right after this.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma. We're a TurboTax expert. Your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Discount bath. Those are words that come together. And I love discounts and I love baths. Discountbath.com really means it. Listen, whether you're doing a luxury bathroom, a fix and flipper, or one of your rentals, a hall room bath, a basement bath where it's roughed in, a master bath, whatever you're doing, you'll get the best prices at discountbath.com. If pricing is important to you and quality too, you can trust Chris and his team. You can go online right now to discountbath.com and get an upload link that you can hit and then upload video from your phone. So go and take a picture, go take some video of your project. Hey, I want to move this sink over here. I want to put a shower in here, a walk-in, or I want to do this, or I want to move this wall. They'll send you back a price. So you can always call them, of course, but you can do it without calling them at discountbath.com. And their number 720-979-2322. Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies. I love when a name says what they do and they do what they say. Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies. It's a place to go, unload, talk to them about your retirement plan, what you have, what you don't have, what you think you need, maybe what you think you don't need. They will go over with you the elements of your plan, where you're weak, where you're strong, and be your coach in retirement. Now, if that's what you want, if you think that's what you want, call and ask them any question you want before hiring them. 970-663-3211, 970-663-3211, rpcenter.com. Okay, so Dragon.
Yeah, buddy.
You know how when I talk, and I know it always sounds like
Tom Martino
it gets sloppy when somebody's talking to me, a caller, and then I try to ask them a question. We walk on each other. It's the duplexity of the line, and I don't. Why does that happen?
I think it's partially your impatience and partially their impatience. I don't think it has
No.
anything to do with
They're not
feed
hearing
or-
me when I'm talking. They hear a delay.
Not any more than you and I right now.
I think there's a little bit of a delay more that because when I talk to them, I know that I'm saying, but what about this? And they're talking not over me on purpose. I just think they don't hear me when I'm talking.
I stick with my original statement. Your impatience as well as their impatience.
You really believe it's that? It's that simple. So
Yeah.
But what do you mean by impatience when they say, well, we were hit by a car, and I say when? What's impatient about when?
I would say that, well, they are trying to give a linear story of A, B, and C. You've already jumped from A to D.
No, actually,
So
I'm trying to know.
down.
I'm trying.
Yeah.
They actually go from A to Z, and I'm trying to fill in A, B, C, because without the A, B, C, I can do nothing.
What's your name?
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like sometimes they tell me stuff, but they don't tell me the date, and it turns out to be 5 years ago. I mean, it's been really crazy
That's
shit.
true. That's true. But yeah, no, I would agree with that. They'll tell you the story. I got, hit rear-ended, and then you're like, when was it? It's like, well, it was in May. And then I got rear-ended, but I hit this other car too. No, what year was it?
Okay.
So
okay,
you're
okay.
you're bogged down on
I know.
on a detail. Well, they're still trying to keep going. So they've got their story that they want to tell, and you've got what you need to hear, and those are sometimes two different things.
Okay.
Yes.
Does that make a little bit more sense?
Uh-huh. No, I know exactly what you're saying. But because I do a very, very basic linear approach, and they go nonlinear. They're telling a story like a movie in their head.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And I'm trying to
ABC,
and I'm
but
trying
that's
to lay
not
it out like a
ABCU.
spread and I'm trying to lay it out like a spreadsheet.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, you can go ahead and text it to him at 57739 and just start your message with Tom. Okay, no problem.
10 seconds.
Bye.
Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Let me get to our callers and continue this. And by the way, don't forget K&H Home Solutions. For window siding, doors, and more, K&H has what you're looking for, khwindows.com. Hey, so Harry said his son did not want to renew the lease, so they gave him until April 30th to move out. Now, Harry, your son, you said did you say your son is deaf?
Yes, he is.
And
tell his wife.
May I ask you, and I mean this sincerely, why did you tell me that part of the story? Does he get any kind of special housing or anything?
Not at this time. His wife is supposedly getting SSDI, but they're 6 months behind, and they don't know why. But that's not the story. I think I told you that basically because the deaf people live in a different world than us hearing people.
Yeah.
You and I are at lunch and we hear things that people are talking about. They don't get that kind of information.
You know
so
what?
I think they
You're
are
right.
lacking.
You're right. I never
are
think about
lacking.
that. I never think about that. It is a life of isolation, much of it, because we get stuff just like you say from our peripherals that they don't.
Right.
Now, Harry.
So I really don't think he had yes.
No. Okay. So real quick, I want to tell you what they do. First and foremost, if you can't make April 30th, it would be best to tell them now. Here's why.
I did.
Okay. Now, if they say, well, it doesn't matter, you still have to be out. And if you truly can't, Harry.
He did.
Harry, if you truly can't be out and they say you must be out, there's nothing they can do to get you out by then. Nothing. So if they go through the eviction process, here's what would happen. You would be given an eviction. You can go to court. You can delay it, and it will be a few weeks. It would be past April 30th by the time they get an eviction, go to court, get an order, and then execute the order. Then they would move your stuff out to the sidewalk. That would be sooner. They would never be able to do that before April 30th or on April 30th, okay? So what you do is do the best you can as quick as you can. But when you say you can't do it, I'm curious. When can you have him out of there?
I really don't know, Tom, because he has a lot of stuff. They have gotten rid of a lot of stuff.
Okay, but Harry,
but right now
Harry,
they don't.
Harry,
Yes?
you have to give me an answer.
I'm listening.
You have to give me an answer. When can you have him out of there?
I'm trying. I can't give you a direct answer because I don't know. I'm trying my damnedest to get him out.
Harry,
and
let me ask you
right
this.
now,
When
yes,
I don't
go
know
ahead.
what's listen,
Yes.
I don't know when I say big, I don't know what you think. When I say small, I don't know what you think. So here's what I'm trying to gather. What chunk of time are we talking about? Are you saying, Tom, it's going to take me the rest of this year to get him out of there? Or are you saying, Tom, I just need another 30 days? What are you saying?
I think I could probably get him out within another 30 days or so.
Okay.
I know I have to move his stuff, If he
Okay.
doesn't have a place to go, he has a brother-in-law that said they could stay with them for a while.
Okay.
I would have to move all his furniture into his storage area until he finds a place to live.
Okay, I got it. But your son, otherwise, he works? Your son works?
At this time, now that's another story and a long one, but he was fired from a job because he was deaf, but the actual individual that fired him worked the paperwork around, so there's no documentation about the reason he was fired, and so there's no EEO complaint that can be made. He is working now. He's got an interview for another job, and he's waiting for them to do a background check right now.
Okay, what kind of job?
He's a truck driver.
Oh, okay. Does he? So is so he can carry a commercial driver's license, a CDL?
Yes.
I
Yes,
thought
he does. He has a CDL.
I thought
And-
you had to have hearing for that. No.
No, there are thousands of deaf CDL over-the-road truck drivers.
Well, I didn't
There's a
know
whole
that.
fraternity of them.
I did not know that. Wow.
He's been driving over the road for the past 8 years.
So he does usually stay employed.
Yes.
Well,
Until
what
he
did
just
you
got
mean?
fired this last
What did
time.
you mean when you said you thought it was because he was deaf he was fired from? What happened to the previous job?
He came back from the job. They got a new supervisor. The supervisor told him he didn't think it was safe for a deaf person to drive over the road, and he talked him into just trying to retire, said he was getting old, he should retire, and he listened to the guy, and so instead of actually making him fire him because a reason, he voluntarily quit. And the guy said that, and so there's no documentation as the actual reason that he was fired. If any documentation that he never got anything about, it would have said that he retired.
Yeah.
So,
How old is your
but
son?
It's too late to do anything about that.
How old is your son?
Oh, geez. I say he's... Tom, you're hitting me, man. And my wife would tell you, but I can't. He is probably... He was born in the 80s, so he's probably about 50... He's in his middle 50s, late 50s,
Okay.
maybe.
All right, bro. Listen, call if you need anything, but right now, I think he'll have plenty of time.
Well, see, I've been familiar with it, and that's what you told me is what I had to go through to evict somebody.
Yeah.
But when I told her today, the landlord, I said, he may not be out. She says,
Yeah.
well, that's okay. Don't
All right.
worry. He's going to be out.
Okay.
And she didn't tell me, and I know that they have to post, they have to go to court, get
Yes.
a court date,
Right.
go to court, and then,
Right.
All that.
You have plenty of time.
and
You just,
as
I
far
wouldn't
as I
go,
know-
I would not go beyond 30 days. And then you're going to have to pay for that month as well. I got to take a break. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. I want to make a few things really clear. We were talking about Applewood's pricing. We were talking about Brothers. We were talking about Fix It. I talked about Plumline. I talked about other companies. These companies are superior. And I just need to say this. Applewood, we have never gotten a complaint about quality or honesty or integrity or actual products or services ever. The pricing issue is sensitive to all of us, as we are with the price of eggs. That goes for other great companies. They're charging lots of money for certain things, not so much for others. But I need to stress that to you, that when I talk about pricing, I'm not talking about honesty. Honesty is a given with these companies, but they charge what they charge. It's up to you to do the shopping. And we're proud of our referral list and all of the members. And in full disclosure, every company I mentioned is on our referral list at referrallist.com. Okay, Compass Insurance Group is on there too. They do free insurance checkups, meaning they tell you if you have good deals or not. 303-996-9000.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Michael Brown tomorrow morning at 6:30 KHOW Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
Over on the east end of town near TIA, I-70 westbound at Pena Boulevard, a crash in the left lane has stop-and-go traffic back from airport. Looks like fire and police crews on site. Watch out for delays if you are heading west towards 225 and further towards the downtown area. I-25 north and southbound showing highway speeds through the metro. Over on the west end, a crash remains Kipling northbound at West Mississippi Avenue. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
Have you ever wondered about the origin of wokeness? Red Pilled America's 5-part series digs deep into the origin of wokeness and how this ideology took root in America. Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeartRadio app. That's Red Pilled America, a storytelling show.
All right. You know what? No one ever expects to be charged with a crime. But you know, Joe Lazara has been on my referral list for many years, and we've sent him many clients. Many people get DUIs. Other people get traffic infractions that are very serious, or high speeding, or a scuffle with a neighbor, maybe a bar fight. Listen, I have such a varied listener base, and I'm not going to sit here in judgment. Here's what I'm going to tell you. If you ever need an attorney, you can do free consultations with Joe Lazara if you've been charged with anything. 303-429-6200, then flat rate pricing, 429-6200.
When your company earns unlimited 2% cash back on all purchases with One, that's serious.
I love DoorDash. So here's what they are. Do you ever track them like that? Do you think that everybody, that there is a government agency that can track everyone like that? Like they can track me. Are you a paranoid son of a bitch?
But the thing is, you got to remember, it consumes somebody's resources, right? So they have to be very interested in it.
Yeah.
Like, they don't do it randomly. You think you're guilty of something, suspected of something extremely serious. They'll watch you through your phone, but even more, they'll watch you through iPhone, other people's phones in your vicinity. They'll activate other people's cameras at Home Depot.
Come on.
Absolutely.
Where are you learning this?
New location near Old Town in Arvada. It's an expanded facility, so an even better version of the great care you've come to know from Regen Revolution. The combination of regenerative medicine and
They're not nuts.
treatment modalities have gotten me back.
Were they in CIA or anything? Okay, I know one.
Learn more at regenrev.com. That's REGENREV.com.
Everyone's talking about Galaxy Concrete Coating and their transformation, like your neighbor Mike.
Well, a local company that we used first was highly recommended by people in our neighborhood. We did not know until after it didn't work on our floor. It just healed up like a cheap suit. And so my wife says, we got to do something. So she
Oh, I thought I heard return music. Oh, they're outside. Yeah, that's how close they are. They're there. By the time you get up there, they'll be at the door. Yeah, don't bring it down, though. I'll go up, please.
Click on GalaxyConcreteCoatings.com and remember to like us on Facebook. GalaxyConcreteCoatings.com. We are out of this world.
We're definitely going to be late to the concert. I feel like we should be there by now. I'm just taking a little detour. I gotta fill up my gas tank, and I know this place a couple towns over where the gas is cheaper. Are you serious? We're gonna be late for the concert because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside. What's Upside? Upside is the free cashback app that gets you real cashback for every gallon.
Love it, baby. Love it. When is my next break? I got to eat.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code OIL25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, like your bank, PayPal, or as a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code OIL25 for 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code OIL25 for 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code OIL25. Your neighbor Judy loves spring in Colorado, but she
Is Mark gone for good?
I haven't heard him since I showed up.
What's that?
Nothing.
Yeah, you said something mean. You just don't want to repeat.
specifically formulated for our unique climate right here in Colorado and is Class 1 fire rated.
I can't speak highly enough about the Rhino Show crew. They also were great at working with me to get the exact right color because I was very particular.
Right now, Colorado, you can get the 25-year guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield for 15% off the rate.
So you don't like a lot of technology coming into your place because you stay airlocked a lot? No, I know you do, but don't. But you feel it's like even in your
10 seconds, guys.
66. That's 844-31-RHINO or rhinoshieldco.com.
Auto accident? Find out what your case is worth. Call Fuller.com. Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. CMG Financial, by the way, is doing reverse loans right now. So if you need reverse loans, CMG Financial, talk to John for reverse loans or the all-in-one loan, which is a 30-year line of credit. And for every day you have money in the bank, they give you credit on your interest. 303-882-6679, 882-6679, partnerinlending.com. Deputy Bo has a follow-up on Peggy's house, and I'm going to tell you what happened. Peggy called in today, but she had a terrible sewage smell in her apartment. No one could figure it out. Bo went over there, and he verified it and contacted authorities. The Colorado Department of Health went out to investigate. We are awaiting their findings. Peggy says, by the way, she's moving anyway, but she can't find out what their findings were. And I said, look, we're going to have Bo check it out because she wanted to know if they're doing anything and what are they doing. So she was just puzzled. So what did you find out, Bo?
So, yeah, she didn't finish the story. She might have got a little nervous, but because of the involvement of the Troubleshooter Show and getting these inspectors out, the management of the Tamarind Hall Apartments went to her because of these people climbing around their building, checking things out. They offered to let her break her lease, and they're going to pay her moving expenses to go into a brand new building they manage on 22nd and
Well, that's
Valencia.
great.
So they're going to let her. They're going to let her out of the lease, and they're going to pay her moving expenses. And the public information officer, I think it's real. I think it's success. Even though we don't know where the smell is coming from, she's able to get out of there, and the management company is paying for it because of our involvement.
I can't believe she left that part of the story out.
I think she got a little nervous. You know, Tom, she's very ill from this smell. She's sick. You know, it's just a bad situation. And the public information officer is going to call me as soon as they find out where this odor is coming from. And I think it's in other apartments, but she's the only one that had the fortitude to call us about it.
So they're going to let her out of her lease and pay her moving expenses to go to another building that they manage.
And it's apparently a brand new building, a brand new build.
I think that's wonderful. Go ahead, D.
Bo, first of all, congratulations, and what a great job you did for this lady. How quickly can they get her out of there and away from this smell?
I think April.
Oh,
April?
Like next week?
Yeah, like they're ready to move her now.
Fantastic, Bo. Good job.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's just got to get rid of some. Yeah, she's got to get rid of some stuff. But yeah, it's within a couple of weeks she'll get the hell out of there.
Okay, good. That even deserves. Yes. Bo, listen. Also, just while I have you on, did we give you something this morning? No, I gave that to D on the. Okay.
Yeah.
Hold on to that. Okay. So thank you very much. Appreciate that, Bo. Really splendid job. I did give you another one. I wanted you to go out and check. Oh, that was it. No, that was it. That was the one I said, well, we'll have Bo check it out. Okay. So she's going to be into a brand new building. They're paying her moving expenses. They're letting her out of the current lease. Great news. Now, earlier today, when I'm talking about Deputy D here, we had a woman who is very upset. She took her 2018 GMC Arcadia to Accurate Auto in North Glen. Accurate installed a Jasper engine. Now, the rear main seal is leaking, and Accurate says, according to her, it's not part of the original warranty. They're not doing anything about it. By the way, I did find out that all Jasper rebuilds include brand new rear seals. That's what somebody who deals with Jasper told me. Now, what's new on this case, Deputy D?
Well, Tom, to cut to the chase, the case is closed, and here's how it
closed in a good way, I hope.
No.
Uh-oh.
Well, not so good for the callers.
Uh-oh, what happened?
Alice immediately referred me to her son Armando, who's the gentleman. That's his car. He's the one that's been dealing with Accurate Automotive. He gave me his side of the story. And he also told me what he found out from Jasper about their warranty and what parts are covered.
Well, tell me about Al. So why is this? Are they acknowledging they should do the seal?
No. So first of all, Accurate Automotive is totally in the clear on this.
Where really?
I had a very long.
Okay, but why? If they did it, if they did the Jasper engine, just tell me if I'm wrong. Does a Jasper engine come with a new seal?
No, you're right about that. The problem is that Alice and Armando are mistaken. It's not a Jasper engine after all.
Oh.
It came from some other rebuilder. And this particular rebuilder doesn't warranty the rear. Well, not only does it let me backtrack a little bit. It came from another rebuilder. But I had an extensive conversation with Alex, who's the owner of Accurate Automotive, and he said that in this particular car, this particular Arcadia, the rear main seal is not in the engine. It's part of some module that goes between the engine and the transmission.
Okay,
so the rebuild.
That's what I had envisioned.
Yeah,
but I didn't know
about that.
But I didn't know what the hell I was talking about.
Right.
Because most of them are in the transmission.
Most of them are, but in this particular engine, it's in some module outside of the engine. So what Alex told me is that this car has a lot more problems than the rear main seal, which is only one of them. It also has a front crank seal that keeps blowing out. That is covered by Accurate Automotive's own warranty. And they're willing to make that repair again. They made that repair once. It failed because the rear main is still defective. And they're willing to make this warranty repair again, provided that Armando has the rear main seal repaired at his expense. And also, there are other problems. For example, there's a leaking fuel pump.
Okay, so let me get it straight. I'm gonna recap this.
Yeah.
So peeps, he's saying in this 2018 GMC Arcadia. By the way, get Kevin Calkin on. I want to get him on before the end of the show at Sheridan Auto Tech.
It's a 2012 GMC.
I'm sorry,
Arcadia.
a 2012. And what they're saying is that the rear main seal is not part of the engine, but a separate unit that marries the transmission to the engine, and that's going to cost $5,000 to fix.
The total, no, not that alone. There's a list of other mandatory repairs that really need to happen to this engine in order to maintain its warranty.
But it wasn't part of the engine?
$4,700 or approximately $5,000 repair includes the rear main seal plus these other repairs that must be done.
But why didn't they tell them that when they had their engine done?
Tell him what?
That they need all this other work.
Oh, they did. So this car...
So you mean to tell me that all totaled, these people needed, when they drove in, more than $10,000 in repairs?
No, I think you and I must have parted ways somewhere in the story.
The original engine was $5,000.
Approximately.
Okay. The new work they have is $10,000. That's 5 and 5 is 10.
The new work is not $10,000.
It's $5,000.
Yes, that's right.
5 plus 5 equals 10.
Correct.
So that's what I said.
Yes.
She needs 10,000. So driving into that shop originally, that old car needed $10,000.
Tom, I hate to disagree with you, but no. At the beginning, so this was 2.5 years ago.
Oh my God! It was 2.5 years.
That was absent from the original caller's story.
2.5 years. Okay, I got to take a break. We'll come back for more of this. I'm Tom Martino.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
Over on the east end of town near DIA I-70 westbound at Pena Boulevard, a crash in the left lane has stop-and-go traffic back from airport. Looks like fire and police crews on site. Watch out for delays if you are heading west towards 225 and further towards the downtown area. I-25 north and southbound showing highway speeds through the metro. Over on the west end, a crash remains Kipling northbound at West Mississippi Avenue. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
Have you ever wondered about the origin of wokeness? Red Pilled America's 5-part series digs deep into the origin of wokeness and how this ideology took root in America. Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeartRadio app. That's Red Pilled America, a storytelling show.
So many people have questions about Vestera Turnkey. Can I use retirement money to become a landlord? Can I use it for my 401k or my IRA? We're going to answer that question. Barry and I will be doing, Barry Miller, the founder of Vestera, will be doing a seminar April 5th. Mark your calendars. We'll be there, okay? And you go to mybiggestreturn.com to find out more. Mybiggestreturn.com. The next question, can I use investment money? Yes, you can. Can I do all cash? Yes, you can. Can I do less than the minimum investment? Yes, you can. There's all kinds of things you're going to learn. mybiggestreturn.com. Hey, if you're looking for a solar system, I always recommend Red Rocks Roof and Solar because they're more than just salespeople. They know the business and the technology, even the tax credits, and even grant writing for businesses who want to get their systems paid for 100% through the government. RedRocksRS.com for Red Rocks Roof and Solar, 303-704-2449. Okay. I'll recap that. That man, this was 2.5 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. They installed a rebuilt engine.
Mm-hmm.
Now the rear main seal. The rear main seal is leaking, and Accurate says it is not part of the warranty of the original installation and is not warranted. Okay. It's not warranted. Okay, got it. Bo talked to the shop.
Dimitri.
And owner said, huh?
Dimitri talked to the shop.
Oh, shit. Why did I put that? I'm looking at the wrong one. I'm looking at the Allison's thing with the smell. Okay, hold on. Here we are. Where was I? Oh, what was the person's name again? Oh, Peggy. No,
Alice.
Down there it is, Alice. Okay, got it. So, D talked to the shop, and the owner said this main seal is not inside like other engines. It's not inside.
Zero Resify means a healthier clean, even better indoor air quality. 303-471-5150. ZeroResDenver.com.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to slow it down.
So they refuse to have the work done.
The consumer did.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are other repairs that need to be taken care of.
They won't do.
They won't do it. In order.
So did you talk to them?
Yeah.
And they still won't. They still refuse.
I didn't ask him if he's going to do. I said, dude, you got to get these other repairs done, and then the shop will do the front crank seal under warranty, but it will fail again unless you have them or somebody else fix the rear main. I said, those are your options. Either get it fixed.
And if I had a shop and I had something under warranty, and I knew it would fail again, I wouldn't bother doing it. I'd say it's a waste.
Yeah. But this guy, I totally believe Alex, the owner of the shop.
Okay.
He's very well informed. He was very forthcoming.
Got it.
I guarantee you he's not screwing anybody over on this. And the son, Armando, led me to believe that the engine was just replaced last fall. And Alex was like, dude, it's almost 3 years ago. The car's been in here 5 times in the last 5 months. They keep bringing it back and yelling at me. So there were some important parts left out. And then, of course, both Alice and her son they somehow got it in their mind it's a Jasper engine.
And what's his name, the son?
Armando. He's the owner of the automobile.
Listen to 40s and Free Agents on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow 40s and Free Agents and start listening on the free iHeart Radio.
Her son Armando took his 2000.
10 seconds, guys.
2 hours in talk radio, aiming to cut through the clutter and wash out the white noise of the mainstream media. The only missing ingredient is you. Join me each day of the work week, starting at 2 here on 630 KHOW.
All right, I'm Tom Martino. I finally got a handle on this problem, and it makes complete sense. Her son Armando took his 2012 Arcadia to Accurate 2.5 years ago. They did the engine, a rebuilt engine, 2.5 years ago. Since then, it developed a rear main seal. It's still under warranty, but that rear main seal in that engine is not part of the engine. And I want to verify that with Kevin Calkin. Kevin, they're saying this is not like the engines where the rear main seal is tucked into the back of it. This is a separate unit between the transmission and the engine. Is that true?
Well, yes and no. I mean, depending on the reman, a lot of the remans we have come installed with a rear main seal, so it would be part of the warranty.
But would it be on a 2012 GMC Arcadia?
Yeah, more than likely.
Okay.
The rear main seal comes already installed. It's not something we installed before we put it in.
Okay. They said it wasn't part of the original installation. Okay. And whether, I don't know if that's true or not or what they're talking about, but what they're saying is that they did an engine 2.5 years ago. Now they come back with a rear main seal. Would you expect that to be covered under a used engine, under a remand engine, if it was done 2.5 years ago?
Well, yeah, the ones we install have a 3-year unlimited miles, so it would definitely be covered, yes.
But would the rear main seal be covered as part of it?
Yes, it would.
But I think that, Kevin, I think the part that I think we haven't told you yet is, according to the shop, in this particular car, this particular engine, the rear main seal sits in some sort of a module.
I told them that.
That's in between the engine and the transmission.
But Kevin said...
And when the rebuilt engine showed up, it doesn't come with that module. They had to reuse the old module.
If it didn't come with it, then no. But if it did come with it, then yes.
Yeah.
Well, they are saying that the engine that they charged them for did not include that intermediary piece.
They reused the existing intermediary structure between the engine and
because they didn't want to increase the cost.
Mm-hmm.
So they said then after that, they said this happens 2.5 years later. So, Is it drivable right now?
Well, it's drivable, but they're doing a lot of damage to it while driving it.
I'd like Kevin to see if it is a separate unit. That's all I want to see.
Oh, that's a good idea. Would
Just
you
to
like me
see if it's a
call
separate
Armando
unit.
and ask him to make an appointment with Kevin?
Yeah, I'd like Kevin to just eyeball it and say, yeah, that is a separate unit or not.
I'll call Armando right now.
Yeah, thank you, Kevin. Mike, what's going on with you, Mike? What are you calling about?
I'm calling about the Great Colorado Payback, and I'm
Yeah.
wondering if you have any angels there.
Well, no, but what do you need specific? Tell me what's going on.
Situation's this. I looked at the Great Colorado Payback. My dad's name is on there. He's owed $3 from the company. He passed in 1996, so the estate is absolutely closed. Called Great Colorado Payback, and they wanted a claim form and a copy of the death certificate. I uploaded that to them.
Did you
They
tell
came
me,
back
wait a
and
minute.
said that-
Wait. I need to verify this, Mike. Did you say it's for $3? $3? $1, $2, $3?
$3.
Tell me, didn't you
And
spend
I
more than
figured
$3?
that would be enough.
How important is this $3 to you, bro?
It's not. It's not. And I'm more than willing to take up server space on the state of Colorado server to prove a point. So they
All right,
came
I want to
back
get
and
you
said
back
they
on.
want a copy
Listen,
of
now
the-
that I know you're not a nut and you're just crusading, I want to get you back on the show tomorrow, but we're out of time right now. So please do that. 303-713-TALK is the number, but call 303 Martino for the next show and we'll get you on. That's 303-627-8466. Thank you, guys.
You're clear, buddy. See ya.
Thanks.
Tom Martino at Real Tom Martino, and stay connected with all of us at 6:30.
Totally not enough.
I heard it.
And on the iHeart